bleary seaside town of Brinecliffe was always quiet, until one day, mysterious portals to the Astral Plane start to open up around town, letting nightmare monsters in. Now, an intrepid group of adventurers needs to traverse the Astral Plane in their dreams and close the portals before anything too dangerous gets through. This is Dungeons and Dreamquests. Hello, you wonderful nerds! Welcome to our session 0 of Dungeons and Dreamquests. I'm Jackie, I'm your DM, and we have 2 of our players here who will be part of our campaign. So why don't you each introduce yourselves and let us know your name, your pronoun, and who you will be playing.
I suppose I'll go first then. My name is Eliza. My pronouns are she or they. I really don't have a preference either way as long as it's not masculine. And I will be playing Elendriel, the cleric.
Okay.
And I'm Stevie, they or she. Uh, I will be playing a character whose name I'm quickly changing, Rizzy, in
Okay.
Artificer, who kind of has a moon elf vibe, one might say.
Okay. I use also she or they. So, I have some minis made for your characters on the Roll20 that I am currently putting in the middle of the town square that you can take a look at.
Loading up now.
Yep.
Oh, very cool.
Yep. I love making Hero Forge minis so much. It's just like weirdly addicting.
Oh, I love your mini. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's delightful.
So, let me copy pasta all of us over to the non-combat screen. Okay. I was hoping that my dog would be joining me in the background, but she decided that she's going to lay on the floor.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a little little weird like that. She has a doggy bed, she has a real bed, and she decides, nah, floor is better. I'm like, okay, you do you, weird dog. Okay, so we're going to be playing D&D 5th edition, as you probably already know. And we're going to be doing it mostly by the books. Mostly. Though there will be some house rules that I generally do like to use. And then there's some that, they're a little bit more optional. So let me... different house rules that we might want to talk about. So one that I really don't have any strong feelings on is flanking. So pretty much if two characters are in melee and then a third character is there, like two enemies and one player character or something, the enemies would have advantage on the attacks, or vice versa. So pretty
Does
much
direct placement have any effect on this, or is it just you're getting double teamed?
pretty much like you're getting double teams, whether it's one person behind you and one person next to you, one person in front of you, one person next to you, two people diagonal from you. If they're within 5 feet, one of them would have advantage. And this would also work for you guys. So if two of you are around, I don't know, like a goblin or something.
Makes sense.
Then,
I've played at tables where it's only when you manage to be directly across from each other. So you have one in front, one behind.
that seems like it would be a lot to keep track of as a DM.
Mm-hmm.
But I've played games where we use flanking. I've played games where we don't use flanking, and both work. It's a pretty solid option, I think.
Yeah,
So up to you.
flanking's really nice when you have rogue characters around, though. So.
Yes, yes, especially like a melee-based rogue. I don't think we actually have a rogue in the party.
Oh, interesting. I
Yeah.
know very little about who we have in the party
Yeah.
or not. I've been trying not to ask. So.
Yeah, but I don't think we have a rogue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I like to do with characters, especially, playing an artificer, you automatically get thieves' tools, and my first character that I ever really played in 5th edition was a rogue, and that character was a lot. that was also the character where I was very obviously for the first time sort of dealing with the heck that is gender, and so I've kind of, for me personally, like of all the different classes I've come to in 5th edition, and I've made a point to play all of them, in as many subclasses as I can. I've been reticent about coming back to Rogue, and I've been much more focused on creating some of the things I experienced playing a rogue and contextualized through a different class, like through a ranger or through an artificer or a wizard or even like a knowledge cleric.
Oh yeah, I have a knowledge cleric in my Friday game that I'm playing as, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, they get to out wizard the wizard on a lot of intelligence checks, which is very fun. And they're kind of also a little bit, it's almost a misnomer that knowledge is knowledge cleric and trickery cleric is trickery cleric, because you have more like enchantment style abilities as a knowledge cleric anyway, which is
very cool.
Yeah. My knowledge cleric, she's definitely more of like your standard healery type, because we have like this 2 meat shields and 2 squishies in the party, and they all constantly need healing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like my character, we always joke that she has back pain from carrying the whole party with her healing. But so part of the knowledge cleric is that you can give yourself temporary proficiency in any tool set you want. And we have a conjuration wizard who can make any tool set you want. So together we can just instantly fix things. Like it's a little niche of a utility thing, but it's like suddenly we have a master mason in the party with stoneworkers tools.
Yeah. in the context, I could imagine like a dragon heist party having a lot of fun with that, like a conjuration wizard or an artificer. Once you get to that level where you can just make tools,
Yeah.
some sort of intrigue setting, like you could get away with a lot with a knowledge cleric and the right partner.
Yeah. In my Wednesday game, we have an Arcana cleric, and we joke that he's really just a wizard in armor.
Yep.
Yeah, and we have an artificer in that party too. So it's really funny, they're dynamic, and the artificer is actually the healer, and the cleric is actually the utility mage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like druid is probably my favorite 5th edition class, and I had a period of time where I was playing too many druids. Just once you have the homework necessary for all the wild shapes and everything and all the different things you need to account for, it becomes very easy to be like, I'm going to be a moon druid, and at level 2 I'm going to have like 3 attacks and they're all going to have advantage, and I grapple 12 enemies at once, and
I can
they're
turn
all
into a
restrained.
T-Rex and fly.
Yeah, I'm you can turn into an octopus and just ruin your DM's plans.
Yes. Yeah, I've never played a druid in a full campaign, but I've played them in one-shots before. Sorry, I was just putting my dice in the dice box. And they are very fun.
Mm-hmm. And they make surprisingly good multi-classes, like
Oh yeah.
pre Divine Smite Errata, well, and even now, I mean, that's obviously DM fiat regardless, but I had a Vengeance Paladin Moon Druid
Oh wow.
of Hera, who she hunted down rich and powerful men and smited them as a dinosaur.
Nice. As a dinosaur. I love it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a lot.
That sounds awesome. So
I'm very excited about this. This will be my first long-term 5th edition campaign.
nice.
I've done a couple of sessions with a cleric once before, and a one-shot with a rogue, but I haven't really gotten a chance to dive in.
Yeah, I've played mostly 5e, though I've dabbled a bit in 3.5 and both versions of Pathfinder. But 5e is mostly what I've played, because I started playing just around the time that 5e first came out.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
This household is one of those weird ones where we actually like 4 around here. We have all the books and the extensions and dragon magazines, and so when you have all the materials, you just play what you got.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I have a couple 4E friends who are trying to convert. A lot of us 5E nerds.
Most of my friends are 5e
There are
nerds.
things I like about it, and there are things that are difficult with it. I'm not a huge fan of their extensive 20-point skill list. It's unwieldy, and we don't use half of it. So
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but most of my friends are 5e from 3.5. And one of my friends is running kind of like a hybrid campaign that's 5e with some 3.5 rules. And that's kind of let me know what house rules I'm not a fan of. Yeah, but one that I do personally like that I think adds a little bit of flavor to this is called Glancing Blows, where if an attack roll equals the AC, it deals half damage. And if a saving throw equals the DC, again, they take only half the damage that they would normally take.
yeah.
Okay? Yeah, and I find that it's worked well in all the campaigns I've used it in. It just adds a little bit of scaling.
Yeah, and in instances like a lot of cantrip spells might do no damage usually if you pass,
Hmm.
without that house rule. Whereas a lot of when you get to fireball, they're already only taking half damage, so it doesn't unless you're house ruling like they take 3/4 damage or
Yeah, well,
something.
I usually house rule that they would take 3/4, but
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think that that's
Might
balanced enough.
Yeah, it might get a little wacky if somebody rolls in a bear totem barbarian who's also a fire genasi or
Oof.
something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah, but at that point, you're playing to the rule. Like you're, it's an intentional build.
Yeah,
yeah,
just bear totem fire genasi who also has uncanny dodge. Somehow they dip rogue.
and elemental adept or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, I guess
Okay.
I'd have to be evasion. So I mean, barbarian monk maybe.
Hmm. I've seen it work. I've seen that work. I actually have a player that's playing a barbarian rogue in one of my other campaigns.
Mm. It. I mean, it's a super powerful. Like you're basically Spider-Man at that point.
Hmm.
you know,
Yeah,
Danger sense, and you can just negate so much damage and tank even more.
yeah, pretty much. Um, One house rule that I've kind of been thinking about is if you have two things giving you advantage and one thing giving you disadvantage, by the rules, it says that just automatically cancels out completely and just becomes a regular attack. Do you want to stick with that? Or do do okay, so there's two advantage and one disadvantage, so it just becomes advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, like, especially if somebody were to roll in, like, uh, Kobold, or
Yeah.
somebody were to play a Druid and do the very min maxed wild shapes,
Hmm.
and, for creatures with pack tactics or whatnot, that might be nice, especially in conjunction with flanking.
Yeah. But then it could lead to okay, so I have advantage due to this, but disadvantage due to that, and advantage due to this, and disadvantage due to that. And it could lead to this whole
Yeah.
drawn out calculation and conversation. So,
One thing I house rule in some of the games I've run, like I've been running this Eberron game for about a year and a half, and one of the things that we do with that, we do that with flanking as well, is you just add a D4. So if,
hmm,
if there's multiple things that would give you advantage and one thing that would give you disadvantage, I just say, well, you get a D4, and if you're blessed, then
hmm,
you get 2D4. But
huh.
that's it's it's one of those things where with our party, the first thing that came up with the party members discussing amongst themselves, who's going to have guidance, because it's the most valuable cantrip,
Oh,
and
yeah.
just yeah.
My knowledge cleric is always spamming guidance to the point that whenever I'm playing any character, my first instinct is to say, I cast guidance, even if I'm playing like a warlock who absolutely does not have guidance.
Well, well, yeah, Pact of the Tome, you could pick up guidance, right?
Yeah, or I think the Celestial Warlock might also as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
haven't actually played. I think no, I did play the Celestial Warlock for just one shot though.
Yeah, I played a Celestial Warlock who dipped Divine Soul, I think,
Ooh.
and that was in a Feywild game
Oh,
that
okay.
I think my character was a former stick-up artist with the libertarian grung, and we were like this two-person wrecking crew through the Feywild, but we were going straight after getting caught by a unicorn, and
Ah,
being told off for our crimes.
Feywild stuff is always fun.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the options. Yeah, I could see the D4 or -1 D4. Or, like I said, I can see just, okay, if the advantage outweighs the disadvantage, it becomes advantage or vice versa. Or we just do rules as written, where multiples of either, just straight roll.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. Yeah, other than the person building the custom lineage kobold, who also somehow gets elven accuracy, and the luck feat or
Yeah,
whatever.
oh god. Liza, do you have any preference?
Not particularly. I'm fine with rules as written
Okay.
with it canceling out generally, but
Yeah.
if you guys want to try having it the other way.
Yeah, I'm fine with rules as written. I think that's probably going to be, just from a DMing perspective, less
Easier.
stuff to track. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less
Mhm.
crunchy. So I think that we'll do rules as written for that. Now,
Mhm.
this one's a little bit of a spicy one, a little controversial. How are we doing potions?
Oh,
I'll
Potions
be
to your.
honest, in the years I have been playing D&D in various systems, I have yet to use a potion. So, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can change that. Actually, you're a cleric, so if anybody's not going to be using potion, it'll probably be you. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you
I
want to
did
be. Unless you want to,
The
like,
only
be
thing
it.
I did
Yeah.
do is I did pick up a bunch of healers kits just in case
Okay.
I'm the one who goes down. Somebody can pull that off of me, but
Okay. I will say that you will have access to potions early on in the game.
okay.
So, um, rules is written, it is a full action to drink a potion or to administer a potion to somebody else. A common house rule that I've seen that I have used in other games is that it's a bonus action to drink a potion, but an action to give it to somebody else. And that's what they're also
That makes
doing in the
sense to me.
and they're doing that in the Baldur's Gate games as well, the new one.
mhm,
Okay.
So it is kind of semi-canon.
mhm.
But one thing that
I
I've
like that
seen,
idea of having it being different economies because it would be more difficult to administer it to somebody else.
yeah, but one thing that I found kind of interesting as an idea that I haven't personally tried yet, but I thought it was kind of cool, is if you drink the potion as a full action, you get maximum healing from it. But
Oh,
if you take it as a bonus action, it's kind of like you chug it and it spills a little bit, then you have to roll for healing.
mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, that could
Yeah,
be fun.
I don't have
Like,
a complaint about it. It does add a little more variability to the action.
Okay, so I think we should try it, and if it works, we can keep it. I don't see why it wouldn't.
oh, and one thing about that as well, I was going to ask you, given that I am playing an artificer and probably will be doing stuff, creating as many things as possible during downtime. Um, I think the Xanathar's Guide rules for potion creation are like 8 hours of labor and 25 gold or something like that, to create just a regular potion of healing. Uh, I can double check that.
That
Just 'cause
sounds
I
about
wasn't
right.
sure. Yeah,
I don't
I
have the
wasn't sure
Xanathar's
if.
books near me, but that sounds accurate.
Yeah, got it here in Roll20 at least, so I can
Oh, okay.
post it.
Yeah, I don't have that one in virtual form. I do plan on eventually getting all of the books on Roll20 and having you all be able to make your character sheets on there and integrate it into. I mean, D&D Beyond. I was thinking. My bad. But
Yeah,
I think that it's 8 hours of downtime. I will say
yeah,
that
it's
that time will be working weird in this setting. Um, so you may not have as much downtime as you would in most other campaigns. So I would be okay with cutting the time needed to brew potions or craft things in half,
okay.
just for
Okay.
from a pacing standpoint.
Yeah, and that way, you know, maybe I'll finally get the chance to try out that chef feat.
Ooh,
Ooh,
you're thinking of taking the chef feat?
Maybe down the line. Just
Nice.
it it's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some wild stuff. Uh, I think with the chef feat as well as uh, some other class feature that I could pick up down the line that I think it could essentially make it not necessarily like double people's hit dice, but dramatically increase how much people can get back on short rest. Like especially if a bard were to join the party, we could all just be filled back up to max every short rest almost.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And that does remind me, again, due to the pacing of the game, short rests and long rests generally work a little differently here. Just a little.
Mhm.
First off, you get all your hit dice back on a long rest. You don't have to worry about half of them and keeping track of how many you used. Long rest, you get them all back. And then also, again, because the days are very, very long, Bardic Inspiration and Barbarian Rage refresh on a short rest instead of a long rest.
Yeah, I do think bards have gotten done dirty in 5th edition with some of the, like, having to wait till level 5 to turn this ability into a short rest. Like, it's not really giving a couple d6s per day is not comparable at all to like some of the channel divinities that are once per short rest.
Yeah,
Like
some of those
it's
channel divinities are dummy strong, like especially the Grave Cleric and the Twilight Cleric.
versus an ability that in playtesting nobody no like every paladin or rogue forgot that they ever had bardic inspiration anyway. So,
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Knowledge Cleric, that channel divinity is a little weaker. Still a fun class, though. I love my Knowledge Cleric.
Very excited about Twilight Sanctuary.
Yeah, I've never actually seen that in use, so I'm very excited to see that. Now, one thing that I like to do, because everybody knows that getting a nat 20 on your initiative roll is kind of a downer, because, like, it's a waste of a nat 20. If you get a nat 20 on initiative, no matter what your modifier is, unless somebody else rolls a nat 20 and has a higher modifier than you go first, and you get 10 feet of extra movement on your first turn.
Nice. That's good to know. Let me see here, because I get Vigilant Blessing through my stuff, so I can actually gift out a bonus to initiative rolls.
Okay. Cool.
Or use it myself, which is nice.
Yeah, and a cleric going first or very early on in the initiative can be a game changer. Like getting that bless or getting that bane in early on in a round, that can change a whole game. But yeah, that's just something like it gives you a little bit of a little boon for your first round. Because I really hate when somebody's like, I rolled a nat 20, but it's on my initiative roll and that means nothing. Especially if it's somebody who has shitty dex modifiers. And it's like you have the clunky dwarf who ends up rolling a total of 18 anyway. So, I feel like that's the least I could do. Now, if you roll a nat 1 on initiative, you're probably going last regardless, and that's punishment enough, I think. So I don't think that we need any sort of thing for that.
yeah, I mean, if somebody's rolling in a Gloomstalker, Watcher's Paladin, War Mage who has a +10 to their initiative and they roll a 1, it's probably still going to be in the combat encounter where everybody's rolling 15 or above on their initiative anyway.
Yeah, as opposed to clunky McDwarf Face who has a -2 to Dex, which is a character that I have in my Friday game. He's great, but he is not very agile. And I relate to that because Dex would be my dump stat as well.
Yeah, that's reason number 457 why I love druids, is because you can just make everything except con your dump stat, and who cares?
Yeah. And wisdom, in theory, for saving throws. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Con and wisdom.
I've had many a character that I've dumped wisdom on. Just
Yeah. Same. I have a character, and wisdom isn't her dump stat, strength is, but I play her as a low wisdom character. Like, she's just very ditzy and out of it, kind of like an Elwoods type.
you're just fun.
I know, like
she's like the dumb choice.
like, she's kind of like, she just sees the best in everybody, and she never left her hometown, and she's finally seeing the world, and she's just so excited to be here. And she accidentally may have started a pyramid scheme and doesn't get why that's bad.
It happens.
Yeah. Now, how I usually handle nat 20s and nat 1s, out of combat, a nat 20 is the best feasible outcome, and a nat 1 is the worst feasible outcome. So, like, I always use the example of you ask a king to hand over the kingdom. A nat 20 doesn't mean he's going to do that, but It might mean he thinks you have a really good sense of humor. He chuckles and pats you on the back and has one of his servants bring you a glass of wine. He gives you an honorary title that really doesn't mean anything because he thinks you're just hilarious. But if you roll a nat 1, the guards all will surround you and attempt to put you in prison for treason, kind of thing.
Makes sense.
Or
More
if you're
sense than the dwarf flapping their arms as they're falling off a tower and flying.
Yeah. And if something is straight up not possible, you will not be able to roll for it. So again, if the dwarf jumps off of a cliff and tries to fly by flapping their little arms, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, you fall. Roll the fall damage. Roll the fall damage, buddy. So like sometimes if it's like for things like knowledge checks, it'll be more of like a spectrum of how much you understand or how much you know. Perception, it'll be like a spectrum of how much you are able to see or discern. So it won't be like a hard success or hard fail for anything in between. And I tend to be pretty liberal with the advantage on things like intelligence checks or nature checks or medicine checks if it fits into something that your character would feasibly have been exposed to in their backstory. So like, let's say that you grew up on the coast and you're doing a nature check on a type of sea creature or something. Even if you have a negative modifier to that, it would make sense for you to have advantage. Now, in combat, for nat 1s and nat 20s, a nat 20, what I like to do is one die automatically does max damage, and then you roll the second set of dice to see, what the full damage is, instead of rolling twice or doubling what you roll. Because one thing I hate is when you crit and you get snake eyes, which happened in my game last night. Which is why that fight against that weird two-headed dog took so damn long, because we kept rolling shit.
Yeah, I've got a player in one of my normal games, and I don't know what it is about her. It doesn't matter what dice you give her. She's not rolling above a 10.
Oh,
Ever.
oh, bless her. Yeah. And for a nat 1 on an attack roll, I'm not going to do like you hit your party members or critical fumbles or anything like that, or you hit yourself, because that sucks. I've seen whole parties completely obliterate themselves by rolling nat 1s. But it'll just be a really descriptive, flavorful miss. Yakety sax might play in the background, but it won't do anything mechanically bad directly to you. But worst case scenario, it might knock something over in the environment. It might create difficult terrain. Like you might you shoot an arrow and it knocks over a tree branch and it falls in the ground, and now there's like 5 feet of difficult terrain kind of thing. Now, if you roll multiple nat 1s, you might get knocked prone or be pushed back or something. But that's very rare for you to roll 2 nat 1s in a row. Like that, if you roll multiple nat 1s, something's up. And something should be happening. That's a little bit more than just a little bit of flavor text in there. But again, if it does result in any sort of damage, it wouldn't be more than 1d4 at higher levels. And again, most likely it would be knocked prone or pushed back.
So kind of like a mishap table.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah, minor mishap table. Now, one thing that came up in one of the games that I played last night, rules is written, if you're making a ranged attack, whether with magic or a bow or something, if there's any enemies within 5 feet of you, even if you're aiming at somebody else, you have disadvantage on the roll. But a lot of times people play it as, no matter how many people are around you, as long as your target is more than 5 feet away, you don't have disadvantage. So I'm fine with either personally, and it doesn't come up very often.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with rules as written.
Okay.
Like, I mean, the gunner feat. Oh, I forgot to ask about that. I'm probably not. That's like on the bottom 5 list of feats that I would be interested in. Not that I couldn't
Yeah.
benefit from it, but would like the um, things like the gunner feat be relevant in terms of firearms in the world, or would that?
Firearms will not be common in the world other than large cannons. So, like, unless you
Yeah.
plan on carrying a ship cannon with you, it will not be very useful.
Well, as an artificer, create like
Yeah.
MacGyver your own cannon.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, for the crossbow expert feat, there are already feats that exist in game that very
Negate that.
particular builds. I've played enough tracksuit wearing granny rangers whose whole thing was crossbow expert plus
Yeah.
sharpshooter plus being a battle master, gloomstalker, forge cleric who shoots
Yeah.
off of spittoons and ricochets, trick shots.
Nice.
So yeah, if somebody's build is shooting crossbow and melee, like there's already
There's a
ways
build
to
for
get
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, that is also very niche. The only times I've really seen it be relevant is with like spellcasters who can't just misty step away.
Yeah. Yep. And there's always saving throw spells anyway. So.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's why you definitely want to have at least one cantrip in there if you're a full caster that makes somebody do a save, because otherwise you'll end up being like against somebody who has full plate armor or you have disadvantage for some reason. So, okay. So, let's talk a little bit about the safety tools for this game. So, this is obviously like a feminist, leftist, queer-friendly game. So I don't think that anybody here would have a problem with that, being where I recruited people for this game. And
One would hope.
yeah. So, and you can edit the lines and veils document at any time. I'll be checking on it periodically if there's anything that you want to add to the blacklist of things that you do not want to have in the game. Now, if anything is upsetting to you, you can see the skip word, which is meatloaf, and we'll immediately skip to the next scene or pause and take a break for about 15 minutes or so, and we'll stop streaming if you wish. You can also just say pause, and that could just be okay. I need to take a bio break. I gotta poop, because it happens. So this is kind of a cosmic horror themed high fantasy game. So we'll have body horror, so like eyes and brains and things with limbs growing out of their heads and stuff like that. Blood and gore, themes of mind control. There might be some like fantasy drug use or addiction, but not to real substances. Some fantasy culture, xenophobia or bias or bigotry between different like fantasy cultures. There's war, there's murder, there might be slavery. There's going to be torture, but again, it'll be more of like the body horror, mind control type thing. And there's going to be worms and maggots in here and larvae. Now, depending on what your characters choose to do, or how the dice roll, there might be some like fade to black sex scenes, but nothing explicit. Your characters may die. It's D&D. Major NPCs might die, including some children NPCs. And there might be some claustrophobia or cave-ins. So, like, if the artificer decides to set off a massive bomb in a cave, there's going to be a cave-in. Okay.
I'll try not to.
Yeah, please don't do that. I mean, unless it's a very specific tactical choice that you have a plan for. Now, there's some stuff that the game will not include to, it will not allude to. Plan. Don't worry, I have a plan. But we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, I planned to have a cave in. I did not have a plan to get out.
Yeah.
It's another plan.
Yeah.
But we killed that monster, I think.
Yeah. Cave in, but just no cave out. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
the whole thing.
So
The
there's some
plan was
stuff.
to crowdsource a plan.
Yeah. Yeah. The plan was to figure out a plan eventually. So there's some stuff here that like this game will not include, it will not allude to, it will not imply. They just don't exist in this world. So sexual assault or harassment, transphobia, homophobia, real world religion or real world racism, they don't exist here. If you try to do one of those things, the Storm Maiden will strike you down where you stand. Period. Now, this game will not show, but might possibly allude to things off screen, like veiled. There might be some animals that have been harmed, uh, sex acts, so like Fade to Black, or people hinting about having hooked up. There might be some relationship violence or unhealthy relationships talked about but not shown, and children talking about maybe their past of being abused. If you have an issue with any of these, they can be moved to the list of things that do not exist in the world. I have no problem with that. None of these are central to the plot at all. And like I said, you can add anything you want to the list of things that will be either lined or veiled at any point. And no questions asked. Other than, like, maybe clarifying. Like, if someone says, I really don't like spiders, I'll be like, does that include spider people or just regular spiders? So, questions like that. So if there's anything that you want to add, let me know. You can tell me now, you can tell me later, you can message me, or you can just edit it on there. Now, is there anything that you would really like to see in this game? Like any sort of monster type or type of adventure or some sort of subplot or side quest that you'd think would be really neat?
Oh, flumps. Love flumps. If there's any chance to fit flumps into things.
Okay. I think they're also very underrated as well.
New thing I haven't heard about. Please don't tell me. I'll figure it out when we get there.
Indeed, you will.
Yeah. Kobolds wearing little bowler hats. Always love to see it.
Okay. I think I can fit that in at some point. Why not?
Just with my character's background, it would be really interesting to explore that border war we were talking about in the setting notes.
Okay. Yeah. Now this game doesn't take place anywhere near that border, but the town does have a large orc population who might talk about the war.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have come to the town of Brinecliffe for around the time of Orktoberfest, which is a massive festival in Brinecliffe where they pretty much release this year's new stock of liquor. And some of the orcish visitors decide to stick around. Now, are there any like adventure types or things that you want to see? Like, do you want a traditional dungeon crawl at any point? Or do you really like puzzles? Or do you really think that fighting, I don't know, a bunch of cranky goblins would be fun? I don't know. Anything.
Normally, I'm very quick for puzzle, but I built this character in a way that I will be. It'll be bad if I'm given a puzzle. Just.
Sorry, I was just going through some of the background information that I've got here. Yeah, I mean, in terms of adventure types, I'm willing to see whatever.
Honestly, I'm game for just about anything. Just
you're game for the game.
Yes. Yeah. I'm D&D starved right now, so
nice. Yeah, so I'm glad that I was able to help.
Yeah, in terms of like, for me personally, having played through Curse of Strahd, having run Waterdeep, as well as played in Adventure League Waterdeep Friends, campaign, Avernus, Salt Marsh twice, um, uh, Tomb of Annihilation. I think pretty much everything except for Tyranny of Dragons and Princess of the Apocalypse I've either played or DM'd. I've gone
Nice.
through pretty much all of, as well as different like Fate games, like Spirit of the Century especially, and such. So yeah, I mean, as far as 5e goes, I've pretty much played. Oh, Icewind Dale, I just finished. Friend's
Oh,
Icewind Dale
nice.
campaign. So yeah, and I'm probably going to be playing in the new Witchlight
Ooh.
module for the same friend. But having gone through all of those adventures, run, and played in a bunch of different Adventures League one shots and such, I'm willing to go along with whatever you throw at us. So.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this game will be a little bit more roleplay heavy, a little more intrigue heavy. There will be stuff to fight, and if you're itching for a fight, you will know where you can find stuff to fight off eventually. But this will definitely be more of a roleplay centered game. There might be like a month or so, well, since we're meeting every other week, maybe even 2 months where you don't fight anything.
I mean, other than the inner struggle of
Yeah.
just existing in this world.
Yeah, but this is definitely kind of a more roleplay heavy, lore heavy campaign.
Very exciting.
Yeah. And I would like for you to make most of your rolls on Roll20. Definitely your initiative rolls, so that way it's easier for me to keep track of. So that way I can just see what everybody rolled for initiative. It's just easier that way. But if your virtual dice really are acting up, you can break out physical dice. I'll trust you. As long as you don't like roll a nat 20 every round, I'll trust you. But it's just easier for people who might be tuning into this stream.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that earlier. I can go ahead and put together like copying and pasting from D&D Beyond to Roll20. I can go ahead and move in a character sheet and
cool.
Yeah, I do that with most of my Roll20 games. Especially, I started doing that as a DM a lot, where trying to get new players in. Sometimes it's easier just to have them, rather than send them a PDF and say you'll want to go through this document using the Character Mancer. It can be difficult if you're rolling into a game like at level 9, but
but at level 3 it's a lot more manageable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I do plan on having little character handouts on Roll20 for like key NPCs or major organizations. Just have basic lore and a little picture of an NPC, just for your own knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So that way you don't have to flip between 5 different windows.
Yeah, and as far as the house rules for combat and things like that, if you had a journal document for like a handout for that
sure,
too,
I could do that for sure.
Just because I realized I should have had a pen and paper handy.
Yeah, don't worry, I've been writing them all down. It's fine. So I'll just copy pasta them into Roll20 after our session.
Thanks.
Yeah. So let's get to know your characters a little bit. Who the heck are you people? What are you playing?
Oh, I mean, if you can go first if you'd like. I'm just cupping things over real quick to Roll20.
Okay, if you'd rather. I figured I did the introduction first, so I was going to let you introduce your character.
Yeah. Gulp.
All right. Well, I am playing a Twilight cleric with the guild artisan background. She is. No, I didn't put notes up for this. Don't be me, kids. Where did I put that? what specific things are you looking for here? Maybe I can answer some questions.
Just tell me a little bit about like where your character's from and what they hope to accomplish here in Brinecliffe.
Well, I don't have the names in front of me, and I haven't memorized them yet.
Okay.
So, it's going to take me a minute to get that paperwork up.
Oh, I can put my Roll20 character mancer stuff on pause real quick if you want me to pick it up right now.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
Now, how do you spell your character's name? Is it Rizzi?
Yeah, Riza Demercy,
Okay.
or Rizzy.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and I can add her name to the display
Okay.
name here.
Yep. And I am giving you all nameplates, and you should be able to control the character icons.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Rizzy with an E. Full name, or at least the name that she goes by currently, is Riza Nefeli Demercy.
Okay.
She is a member of the Calligraphers, Scribes, and Scriveners Guild. Might have some tattoos indicating some affiliation with this organization of rogue academics who believe the world is ending and do all sorts of other mischief, but that's stuff that I'm updating in the background, because the more I was thinking about it, revisiting it, I was like, well, if this organization does exist and she might be a former affiliate raised in this life, she might not go by her given name. But she is a member of, well, an associate of the Yarwarts guild in particular. The Yarwart being this prominent family of rock gnomes
Okay.
who are known to work. Let me go ahead and pull up the map. I'm sorry. I also should have been doing that.
Not like a true introvert. I was like, oh no, I have to talk about me.
Happens.
Now, if either of you ever want anything changed with your Hero Forge mini or your token, just let me know and I can edit that a little bit.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, I'm just hunting down the maps and for the continent that you shared previously.
Oh yeah, it should be in the in-game info, lore and info rather. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
there
right,
it is.
Right at the top, there were
Yep.
a couple links. That
Yeah,
were
I pinned
provided.
them. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah. Yep. Sorry for not being.
I found my questionnaire. So.
Okay. Sorry about that, Discord. It is being goofy to me now. There we go. Yeah, originating from the Frostlands of Byret, you can probably tell by her accent. She has spent the last so many years working out of the Myshale Mountains in and around the capital and most populous city that I need to have written down here.
Hold on, I'm just trying to upload these maps to Roll20 so that way they are nice and easy to see. Gonna zoom out and drag and drop. Nope, don't want it as an item, I want it as a map. And I'll put you on the map as soon as it is uploaded.
Mm. Yeah. My I have written down my shale city as the capital, but that might not be the right name. Um,
I
but
think that's a literal translation of the dwarvish name of it. So yeah,
mhm,
I have moved you to um, the map of the kingdom.
yeah. Uh, she kind of considers my shale her adopted home, and works very closely with the local gnomish artificers. Um, she is pretty secretive. You regularly see her lugging around uh, armfuls, if not pallets, of books. Uh, she seems to deal pretty heavily in that. She is specifically a scribe by trade, and so that might make a lot of sense. But might be rumors every once in a while about how obsessed she seems to be with rare tomes and works of art and the like.
Cool.
But she's visiting Brinecliffe to help open up a new Scriveners Guild, the Yarwart Scriveners Guild, which is expanding to the Luray Coast,
Cool.
helping out an old friend of hers who she hasn't spoken to in a year or two, probably.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Now you both have the guild artisan background, I think.
Mm. Oh,
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, very different guilds though.
Yes.
Very different.
Mm-hmm.
Elendir is part of the Weavers Guild. Her
Oh,
focus is in restoring older artifacts. So she does a lot of darning repair work.
Nice.
yeah. I almost went with shipwright, but I was like that. The background I'm thinking of might not make a whole lot of sense to be seafaring.
Yeah, that would
But
be a little odd.
I mean, shipwright is a really powerful, like especially in an an aquatic or seafaring campaign.
Yeah.
It is arguably the most essential. Just
Yeah.
you know,
I hope the neighbor's kid is okay. I don't know if you heard that screech, but it was a little alarming.
It did not
oh
come
no,
through.
Okay, that's good. That means that my sound balance is better than I thought. But
yeah,
yeah,
Discord's. Oh, sorry.
yeah, somebody having the sailor background would definitely be on the helpful side in this campaign. But if not, there are NPCs you can recruit. This is the kind of game that has a bunch of recruitable NPCs that you can hire or pay or otherwise convince to help out with little missions to fill any gaps.
Mm.
But yeah, I have a lot of interesting characters here in Brinecliffe, and also in the Astral Plane where your characters will be dreaming. So yeah, you'll be part of why this campaign is more slow moving is because you'll be role playing not just when your characters are awake, but also when they're asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go over the mechanics of the astral plane when we get there. Um, but it is a little funky.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning in the character creation thread, specifically naming no Kalishtar among the player races that are not auctions. As
Yeah,
as far as as somebody who has been running a lot of Eberron games ever since the official materials came out for 5e, uh, uh, like the Kalishtar are the one player race unique to Eberron that basically nobody understands the lore for, but it has to do with this plane of dream that
yeah,
is so you basically can't be translated to any other setting.
right.
Um, I remember the Wayfinder's Guide before the official book came out. Literally under the table of contents, forgot to even mention the Kalishtar because they're like nobody's gonna play this.
Yeah,
Nobody's. They're all gonna be Warforged or Changelings because
yeah.
or Shifters because everybody wants to be
A weird
a
monstery person.
yeah
Yeah,
a duck who gets like turns into Darkwing Duck whenever they shift
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. So yeah, the astral plane and the plane of dreams and all that are not that similar to how they are in Eberron. I will say that much. It's kind
Yeah,
of this is its own setting. It has its own cosmology, its own pantheon, and its own history. So,
Yeah,
so
and
and-
a player race that literally can't dream is probably not going to be a good
yeah,
choice.
yeah, that would
Yeah.
that would definitely be a little hard. I
Mhm.
will say, small spoiler, Kalashtar do exist in this setting, but not as playable characters.
Understandable.
Um, but yeah, so anything that you think you know about, the gods or the origins of this group or that city or whatever, or these people, may not apply. So, for example,
Understandable.
Lolth does not exist in this world, so the Drow are very different.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why when I picked a religious class, I decided to go for the custom pantheon. I wanted to explore those
Yeah.
aspects.
Yeah, and I'm having a lot of fun with this homebrew pantheon. It's definitely just very different because it's very small, very concise, and all the seven goddesses are inherently neutral and have both a light and a shadow aspect. And depending on the actions of their followers, one aspect can become stronger and the other one can become weaker. Sort of like an imbalance in the force kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that lore a lot, and it
Thanks.
opens up a lot more. There's the possibility of, like thinking about that with divine casters of rolling in like in that Avernus campaign I was talking about, where I was playing druid ranger who followed Miley Key, and then somebody else rolling in a character like a cleric of Sylvanus, who is the they're subordinate, like Miley Key is a subordinate deity, I guess, and that in and of itself being kind of a weird character development or character dynamic, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I will
yeah.
say that um, none of the none of the main churches of the different goddesses hate each other. There's not exactly that sort of dynamic. It's more of because the seven goddesses are sisters, and their followers treat them as such. There are, of course, rivalries and everything, and disagreements, and philosophical differences and schisms. But that occurs more within followers of the same goddess. Like, people are very quick to cry heretic here and claim that you are worshiping the shadow aspect even if you're not, or you're worshiping the light aspect even if you're not, or you're forsaking both aspects altogether and completely bastardizing the goddesses.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different dynamic, like when you were talking about real world religions of uh, like religion being used as a force for like sort of political hegemony, as is tended to be used in real world, or often, distressingly often, it's used in
Yeah.
that context.
And
And
somewhat often you will find people who worship multiple goddesses equally.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of like smaller folk magic things, like the goddess of the hearth and harvest will often have like pretty much every tavern owner has a small marking dedicated to her over the door of their tavern as a sign of hospitality. Or pretty much every sailor has a small amulet dedicated to the storm maiden on the bow of their ship, no matter where they're from and what goddess they worship as their main one. So it's like, and then things vary a lot from region to region. You know, a high elf follower of the Fate Weaver is very different from a poorer gnomish follower of the Fate Weaver and how they interpret her. And they might, instead of having a massive cathedral, have more of like a little roadside shrine. But I think that this kind of makes the world feel very lived in. And it's kind of like, everybody has their own way of doing things.
yeah, I get that. It's definitely seems like it's not a fly by night, a couple century old settler project that's just, hey, there's already temples or ziggurats or existing structures here. Let's just demolish them and rebuild them in the name of our deity or something like that. It doesn't,
Right.
you know, it's
And also, each of the seven kingdoms is technically under the protection of one of the seven goddesses. So,
Mhm.
you know, trying to take over another kingdom in the name of your goddess will not work. Like, objectively, will not work.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of equilibrium, so to speak, in terms of
Yeah.
This is questions.
What kind of questions?
Oh, just because my character being from the woodlands of Selarna, which is one of the deities, seeing that the uh, the shrinking borders from our current conflicts, it's interesting
Yeah.
that if they were doing that in the name of another deity, that it wouldn't work out.
Yeah. This border war is really more of like who has a right to this land, who was here first, and who's displacing who. Like,
Mm-hmm.
both sides claim that this is their homeland. This is land that they have a right to. And nobody seems to remember long enough when only one group lived there before anybody else. So it's just very, very contested. But it's not a religious war. It is a border war over land and really access to a river and all of the bounty that the river can bring. So I'm also, before we have our full our first official session of gameplay, I'm going to have all of your characters make a religion check and a history check to see how much they know in general about this setting's lore and kind of how entrenched they are into it. Like, as in general, like, instead of just, okay, I know a little bit about this, I know a little bit about that. And that, along with, like, your passive history score and passive religion score, will be used as my baseline for how much your character might know going in.
I'm gonna say right now, this is not gonna go well for me.
I will say that as a cleric, I would give you advantage on the religion roll, though.
I
'Cause that seems
appreciate
fair.
that. That might not help me much.
What's your religion modifier? Your intelligence modifier?
My religion modifier is a 1.
Oh, it's not negative.
It's not negative. No, my history is negative.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose I'm the I'm the intelligence caster in the group, unless somebody rolls in a wizard or something.
Now, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna warn you now. Int was my dump stat.
This party has one brain cell, and it's Rizzy's.
Rizzy doesn't share.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she could if she would, but she's
She's using it, and she's using it well. I don't have a complaint.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, not everybody has her particular what would be the term she'd probably describe it as proclivities, her particular set of interests or things that kind of necessary for her continued intellectual development. This is not supposed to sound ominous at all in any way. She is absolutely an elf. There's no question. Anyway,
I
Elfie
wasn't questioning it before.
Elfie McElfface is your character.
yeah.
I'm having a concern now, but
Well, yeah. Riza is she was religious but not spiritual. So this is I tied her backstory to the goddess Bikindera, but
Mhm.
very part of an organization that might be might have a very fringe interpretation of uh, worship.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Now, do you have any questions about the world or the locations or anything like that? The lore, the pantheon?
I mean, I'd love to hear more about my goddess. So
I can definitely message you some stuff.
very cool.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I might have you make a few rolls here and there to see how much you know about the other sects of her followers. Because
Sounds good. Sounds good. I can't promise I'll actually know anything, but
yeah,
we will try.
yeah, because
And
people who follow her tend to be a little bit more individualistic than followers of most of the other deities.
I could see that.
Yeah.
let's see here. One thing, by the way, I think when you mentioned being a guild merchant, my background actually I think is sage. So I don't know how
Okay.
much that's going.
That makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Guild
'cause-
artisan scribe versus sage, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, library access for a scribe might
Yeah.
be
That checks
useful.
out. Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, if it is something where Rizzy could help other people research things as much as she's able to assist, she's certainly happy to do so.
I have things in mind. Now, I will say that you'll probably be staying in the town of Brinecliffe for quite a while. But I do have this whole world fleshed out, and I have side quests and main quests that might lead you all throughout the lands. What you decide to pursue and where you decide to go is entirely up to you.
Well, I think I'm pretty well set up to stay in Brinecliffe.
Okay.
So
Yep. And Brinecliffe would be happy to keep you. Trust me.
why did that sound ominous? Mm.
It's a lovely town. It has great views of the sea.
Yeah, I mean, for Rizzy, the town is enough off the beaten path in terms of her old stomping grounds, and given that she has an interest in working with the local guild and helping them get on their feet.
Yeah. I will say it's not a large city, but it has grown rapidly from a very small town to a more medium-sized to large town that is full of industry. So it has just rapidly expanded and become kind of semi-industrialized. And the locals have some feelings about that.
I'd imagine.
That's about right.
And the main products produced there, they have an economy other than, being a stop along the coast for different sailing vessels and, of course, the fishing industry. They can really only grow one plant there, stone seed, which is kind of like, I describe it as the world's shittiest avocado. Like they have an avocado-based economy, essentially. And the pulp of the fruit can be used to be fermented into a very strong liquor, and then the pit can be cut open, which releases like these sunflower seed type fluff that is wound into a very soft cloth.
That cloth industry is actually why my character is in town.
That makes sense.
She's got her letter of introduction and she's looking for a job.
Yeah.
And the Scriveners Guild could be helping people, helping all the local gastropubs have printed T-shirts. Who knows?
Yeah. So I will
We'll work something out. We'll figure this out.
Yep, I will message you each with your main contact here in Brinecliffe. A little bit of information about the one person who you know fairly well. And you have each sent me lists of essentially memories from your character's past and people from your character's lives, either living or dead. So Because the one thing I can't stand, I don't mind characters who are orphans or have angsty backstories. I'm all for that. But your character needs to have some sort of tether to the world. They need to know somebody. They need to have some connection to something.
Yeah, it is. It can be very frustrating when a character very like a player is reticent just for the fear of, oh, they're just gonna, the DM's going to kill all my backstory characters, and I'd rather just avoid that. Doing the cliche, just you walk into the center of town and now they're having a big, pendulum, and there's the whole family of kobolds who raised you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had someone pitch a character to me very recently who was orphaned, adopted, and that family died, and so they managed to kill off two families.
Oh wow, that's impressive. That's impressive.
It's dedication to the trope.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'll update because I noticed there are some things that I left off in terms of persons of interest in my character's backstory that I'm updating.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and I'll be talking to you about your backstory stuff before we have our sessions, like our test one shot and our first game session. And I will say that if there's anything that you want to change in your character's like backstory or subclass or anything, you can do that before we have our first session. Like if you test out, like let's say you try out the Twilight Domain Cleric and it's really not all that it cracked up to be in the test one shot. And you're like, you know what, I think I'm going to go Grave Cleric instead or whatever. That's totally fine.
Cool.
Yeah, that's why we're having a tester. And the test one shot will not be canon. So whatever your characters do, however they ended up there, whatever they win or earn, stays in the test one shot. Because it's halfway across the continent. Your characters would not feasibly be there and also be in Brinecliffe meeting each other for the first time. So it's literally just, you know each other, you're part of an adventurers guild, and you are in town, McTown face.
Okay, yeah.
So really just to test, how your characters work together, how you handle things, and I know that it'll take some time for you all to like settle into your new characters and everything. So
yeah, I mean, for my character in particular, if it works out that having another support caster, depending on who else is at the table, if an artificer isn't quite up to snuff in terms of the things that I'm, the party role that I need to fill, I'm willing to respect that as needed to a wizard or whatnot. So.
yeah. And also, if your character wants to multi-class or take a feat like Magic Initiate or Ritual Caster, you have to explain it in lore or roleplay. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate. It could be as simple as you find a used spellbook along the beach, and it has some wizard spells, and you start training yourself how to use them. Or you spend a little bit of time training with the town's guard, and you take a level in fighter. Like, it doesn't have to be anything too fancy, but it just has to be explainable, not just, I wake up one day and I'm a wizard now.
Go to the coffee shop bulletin board and find somebody, some
aware of an ancient magical lineage. I am now a sorcerer. No.
Somebody mentioned that they and their cousin are starting a wizard school, and spend the next 8 hours sitting on a hot leather couch staring at an arcane eye spell, just showing like DVD menu of Spaceballs or something. I don't know. I'm sorry. Just very specific Twitter nonsense that I'm trying to
okay.
reference here.
I try to avoid the Hellish Bird site when possible.
Yes, understandably. I just love the hot couch person mythos that's developed there about the person that we all knew in college who had like one hot leather couch in their apartment and just like orange juice in the fridge and nothing else, just like one overhead light that's just blindingly bright.
Oh,
for some reason every party would end up going to that person's house.
yeah, that actually checks out. I have a friend who was that person. Now she lives in a place that actually has real furniture and stuff, but for a while her fridge was literally just orange juice and vodka.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
gosh.
a mood right there.
Yeah.
Look, we do what we can, and in the life that we've been given on this earth. But
Yep. Oh. First I have to show off my dice box. It's actually a little thing that I got at Party City Spellbook.
oh,
And it's hollow.
neat.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah. And it holds a lot of math candy.
Oh, I am. I don't know where I put my dice bag, but I'll find it. Probably like before next session. I think it's on one of my shelves behind me, but I don't want to start looking through that and moon everybody. So
Yeah. I see 4 dice boxes and like 3 different dice bags within arm's reach of me. Because like this is my D&D station and I have like a dice palette for every character, every setting. It's like, okay, they're going to be meeting this NPC in this city, so I'm using this dice palette today. It's kind of ridiculous. But I just got this new die from this new set of dice really from a Q Workshop, and they're like little
very
vampire
nice.
themed dice, and they're very pretty. Do they have a special thing on the 20? I'm not sure. No, the 20 is just a 20. But they're very fancy and I like them. They're perfect for the Halloween mood and they match my new dice box very well. So those are the dice of the day. They are the Bloodsucker dice from Q Workshop. This is very not sponsored. I have spent far too much money on dice. But I do
got
like
me,
these.
and I got one of those big novelty quartz ones.
Oh,
So pretty.
oh, I have some coming in the mail soon. They're not big. They're mini. They're like little itty bitty glass gemstone dice that are like rainbowy. Because one of my characters, even though we use digital dice for that campaign, I still need to have dice that match her. And also, it was an excuse to buy more dice. She is a bubble-themed genie warlock, whose patron is the guardian of the bathhouse and oasis.
This is the one, the Hero Forge figure
Yeah,
you showed me.
that I made like all iridescent and fancy. Yeah,
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Thank
It's a work
you.
of art. It
I
really
spent
is.
so much time making her mini. But so now I have like dice that are coming through Kickstarter eventually that are made out of glass and come in this little itty bitty dice box. And I'm so excited.
I've got my dice at the moment, so I have a
Ooh.
metal and a dice set, and then these are from a Tahitian sunrise, something like a sunset that I got from Hot Topic.
Ooh, cool.
So
And then the other die for today that I'm going to show off is this one from Die Hard Dice, and it's a little hard to see, but it's like transparent. And it has like silvery ink on the faces of the numbers. I think it's like something, I think this is the Phoenix one. I'm not sure. No, it's not Phoenix. I'm not sure what the name of it is, but it's from Die Hard Dice, and it's very, very cool.
yeah, I don't have them here, but I have a set from, I want to say it's Dakota Dice, something.
Oh,
along those
Dakota
lines.
Irish?
Dakota Irish, yes.
Yeah.
And they've got little confetti maple leaves in them
That is
with
adorable.
almost an ombre orange.
Ooh,
I love them. I love them so much.
that is very cool. Yeah, and I'll probably be like showing off my dice palettes for the day, although right now I just have all of my dice for the day just shoved in this dice box because it's very shiny and pretty. And I think that the hollow is actually coming across on the screen.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I have my dice tray, which is like a little spell circle inside of a velvet dice tray.
We for D&D on a budget, we picked up the small shadow box frame from like I want to say these were Joann's, and that's a mouse pad that's cut out in the center of
Oh,
it.
that's
then you've
very
got-
smart.
Yeah, so this together was about $14. I want to say the frame is marked at $11.99.
Oh, not bad. Yeah, when I was starting out, I didn't even have physical dice. I just used a dice rolling app. And we had one copy of a player's handbook that we passed around this group as a circle. And our maps were just pieces of loose leaf paper with scribbles on them. But you start somewhere,
Remind me
you know?
at some point to uh to show my dice tower
Ooh,
because it is the cheapest looking thing. It is uh cardboard, hot glue, and a couple of paper clips. And I made a dice tower.
I made a dice tower out of a Pringles can and craft foam. I'll have to show it
Oh,
to you.
nice.
And then I painted it all fancy. And then
Yeah,
immediately
it's
after finishing it, we had to move remote. So it has never been used in an actual game.
yeah, I'll have to show you because it was leftover cardboard. Yeah, I'm having a bad asthma day. Excuse me.
Same. Same.
But it was leftover cardboard from I forget what the project was. I just needed a backing for something, so it's obnoxiously yellow. And I mean, if it works.
Yeah, my dice tower, like I said, I used Pringles cans and I made slits in them, and then I put little ramps that I attached with duct tape. And then I used craft foam and I cut little rectangles to look like bricks, and then I painted over it all, and it looks like a little castle tower now.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And it cost me, I mean, the paint cost a little bit of money, but not a whole lot, so probably like $10 total. I like to make things. The number one thing about playing D&D remotely is, I mean, yeah, I can make some really cool maps. I have some really cool maps for everyone to see. But I don't get to make things that, like, you can actually hold and interact with and light up and everything. It's different. It's a little sad. But this is just so much easier.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That has been a big thing. Just switching over from in-person games to online games, and in the groups that uh, everyone couldn't agree as to how to go forward. Um, the people who are like, "Oh, I'll wear 3 masks and I'll sit at the table," but with being part of the same groups of people who are just like, I'm immunocompromised or I live
Mm-hmm.
with someone who is, and I'd rather just not.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's the plain old issue of, oh, well, you live in Brooklyn, I live in the Bronx, and our
Mm-hmm.
barbarian lives in Queens,
Yeah.
and the warlock is staying with their parents who live in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So whose house are we meeting at? And then I
Yeah.
have to worry about like schlepping all my stuff on the subway and everything, and spending like an hour and a half to travel up to like Brooklyn or whatever, versus just
Mm-hmm.
okay, I'll see you on D&D Beyond or Roll20 in Discord at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Okay, see you then, and that's it.
Yeah. 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 A friend of mine just moved to Brooklyn, and they've been telling me about that. Just you might as well, they're originally from like Oklahoma, and they're
Oh
like, yeah, it's
no.
it feels like you're going from Tulsa to Dallas and back, just to
Yeah.
get anywhere. But
Yeah, all my friends pretty much live in either Harlem, but not the part of Harlem that's on the one train, of course. So I have to take like 3 trains together, even though it's fairly close to where I am, or in Brooklyn, and I'm in the Bronx. So it's like it's a haul. It's a haul.
and it becomes a quest in and of itself.
Yes, yes, it does. Especially if the subway decides to act up on you,
Mhm.
which
Yeah.
it often does. Especially the one train. I mean, supposedly they've fixed it. We'll see about that. Now, Eliza, you said that you are in Arizona?
I am, yes.
Okay, cool. And Stevie, where did you say you were again?
Oh, around the Kansas City area.
Right, right, right. Because we had that talk about Kansas City not always being in Kansas, but sometimes also being in Kansas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as opposed to Arkansas City, Kansas, which is not Arkansas, but they pronounce it weirdly. I don't know why.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. They also have an El Dorado that they call El Dorado, which is distressed.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't
that
like that. I really don't like
Mm-mm.
that.
Like I'm
I took psychic
yeah.
damage hearing that.
Yeah, like I'm originally from just far like South Texas, like
Mm.
south of San Antonio, and it's living this part of the Midwest, having lived all around the Southwest and stuff. It's not the it's a confusing and upsetting place.
I can
This constant
imagine.
psychic damage.
there's a city near me. It's spelled like Prescott, like it's
Okay.
a name. Okay,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's pronounced Prescott, like it's a
Of
biscuit.
course it is. Okay. Where I grew
And
up,
people will
there's
throw hands over it in either direction. Just
growing up there was this small town, like barely even a gas station stop off the highway, and it was spelled like Milan, like the Italian city, but it's pronounced Milan.
Mm.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
New Berlin, Wisconsin, which is New Berlin. We know what you're named after. Stop
Oh
hiding it.
gosh. I mean, at least New York City, you know, is in New York for one, and is pronounced like York in England, but just
Mhm.
new. So, at least we have that.
Yeah, the former New Amsterdam, if you will.
Yep.
Was it Delaware that was Little Sweden? I think originally,
Really?
and
I didn't know that.
yeah, I think it was originally established as a Swedish colony before it got swallowed
Really?
up, and that was why it was that's why this piddly little state is of all just rock farmers and bankers becomes um, its own entity, so to speak.
Hmm. Interesting. I know nothing about Delaware.
People in Delaware don't know about Delaware, I'm sure.
Fair.
Sound off in the comments if you're from Delaware.
If you're from Delaware, please give us a big
Yeah.
thumbs down because any interaction is good interaction.
Yes.
no, I've got. Let's see. I think if you trace my family tree back by marriage, we're related to Roger Williams, who founded Rhode Island.
Oh,
But
okay.
given that Rhode Island was essentially a penal colony, I'm not sure that's a great claim to fame.
Yeah, because Roger Williams had a run-in with Puritans in Massachusetts. Was that the whole thing with him originally?
I think it was, but it's been quite a while since I've read up on it. Got a lot of weird stuff in the family tree, and it just all blends together.
Yeah. Roger Williams used the regular fork and not the salad fork, and was
Ah.
charged with apostasy or something. Probably.
Scandalous.
I hope to God that's true. I'm gonna need sources.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
believe.
No, I'm related to an individual who was burned at the stake twice.
Hmm.
So
Ouch.
I know that
Twice.
look. I know that look. Okay. What happened was that he was speaking out against the king. The king was going against the church at the time. I believe this about the same time that multiple divorces were happening with, I want to say, Henry V.
Mhm.
Anyway, he wrote this big treatise about it and put it out, and nobody was ready for that. So he was he was set on fire the first time. He recanted. They pulled him down. He waited about a week and then decided, you know what? No, I did really mean that, and they finished the job.
That
gosh.
is
Ouch.
Yeah.
that is one hell of a story.
There's a plaque to him. I can
Nice.
get his name. It's
Yeah. Meanwhile, my family, it's like you look to your right, you see peasants. You look to the other side, more peasants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Edward Whiteman, radical Anabaptist,
Ah,
executed on charges of heresy.
interesting.
Yeah, that's my little party trivia.
Yeah. I do like the name White Man because white means man, if I'm not mistaken.
That's about what you could say about my family is white man. Yeah, that tracks.
I
Yeah,
hope you have
it's-
good sunscreen living in Arizona then.
Yeah, I have either 100 or 130 proof.
Nice. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, one step below needing to have it prescribed. That's me.
I used to actually need sunscreen to be prescribed because despite being naturally kind of olive toned, I'm very sensitive to the sun.
My wonderful sibling is correcting me. It was James the First, not Henry
Ah,
V.
okay, okay.
Yeah, that's yeah, Henry V. I was like, well, wait, was that the 15th century? But
Yeah.
yeah,
No. History, much like for my character, not my strong suit.
well, and the whole thing, especially with the British Crown, is so funny because wasn't it the 1680s where they had the Glorious Revolution, and was it Mary II? And because it wasn't Mary Queen of Scots, it was one of the lesser Marys, where they were like, let's literally just get a bunch of Dutch people and just pretend they're the king now, and just pretend we always had a parliament. Let's just do this now, you know. Classic British things, you know.
Mhm.
British people listening, feel free to sound off.
My sister's blowing me up. Oh my god. She agrees. She actually, her degree is in history, which is why
Oh.
she's chiming in. Because I have made the mistake of traveling into her domain, and
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as my family goes, it's all to use to use Deadwood terminology, all bohunks and squareheads. We're just all all Scandinavians and like Austrian cast-offs, you know.
yeah. Well, if there's anything true about my family, in every generation, we find some weird hill to die on, and we are going to do so. Um, it's just continually on both sides. We're just marching further away from everybody else. Just
Nice.
I mean, that's why that's why our ancestors came to the New World after all, you know.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then, you know, people started having new ideas and we didn't agree with that, so we moved further west, and then we ended up in California, and it's a whole there's just generations of stubborn people in my family.
Same here. Yeah. And they just get more stubborn as they get older.
What I say. What I say. She just agreed with me.
Oh, I think Megan just sent
Oh.
us something about joining us here in a bit, maybe.
Ooh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. In about half an hour. Sure.
I'm afraid to look.
Yeah,
I'm glad. Like that was one of the things I was thinking of. I was like, I like artificers. I mean, I was there. I never really played them in 3.5. I only ever played Ranger, and that was only like a very short campaign. But for fifth edition, like I followed the artificer through like the 9 different revisions
Yes,
in
same.
you know, Unearthed Arcana, and it took a long time for them to actually be workable,
Yeah.
because they started, was it like a 1/3 caster originally, like and you know, finally becoming a half caster, and then finally having like a martial archetype, a blaster archetype, support archetype, and the armorer, which I haven't looked at too much from Tasha's. But
Yeah, we have an artificer in one of my games who this game has been running for like 3 years. So she's used like every version of the artificer, and her character sheet is such a mess now. I feel so bad.
I mean, yeah, it already is. Like, I there's an open table game where I'm playing an artificer blade singer, where it's
Oh.
just I look at it and I'm like, I don't know. I have so many spells I can prepare, so many spells I just know, so many spells that I know but I have to prepare, but I might know as a wizard, and then I don't have to prepare them to ritual cast them if they have that tag. But you know, it it's more of a mess than I But it also I have like a
Yeah.
23 AC, and you know,
Damn. Blade Singer is like really kind of dummy strong, for lack of a
yeah,
better term. Like, it is
yeah.
dummy strong.
Yeah, I mean, especially like that was one of the things like me playing druids a lot, where the only physical stat I care about anymore is just con, and I just
Yeah.
especially for concentration, spell concentration, having like blade singing and picking up con saves either by going artificer originally or whatever, and having 16 or more in con, it means I never have to I can summon like 1,000 you know, like uh, pixies, like quicklings coming out to just swarm the battlefield, and I only have to roll saves if I take like 50 damage or something.
Nice.
It can get very silly.
Yeah. But that's
It's
great, though.
yeah,
Yeah.
it really is. I mean, and with Blade Singer, I think especially with an Artificer dip, it can be a viable melee build, about as viable as like a blade lock, and
Yeah, yeah,
that's
for
all
sure.
that's really what I was asking for with um like the battlesmith in particular.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
I played the artillerist in a few one shots, and it is very fun.
Yes, I played in a haunted house one shot a while ago, and that's what I'm started as an artillerist, because I figured we're probably going to need
A tank.
some blasty stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what kind of cleric you were thinking, and it was like, unless it's like a light cleric where you get fireball or something, probably you know uh, to have big blasting AOE stuff. It's always good to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
AoE is
We had
always.
enough people apply. I thought I'd just grab something supporty and classic and make sure we had that available.
Yeah, that was my other idea for a character. Before people started getting into talking about druids, I was thinking it would be kind of interesting to try a stars druid, but
Stars Druid
um,
is very fun. My friend is playing one in my new campaign that is kicking off. Um, and it's pretty strong. Being able to cast Guiding Bolt without a spell slot is like. Yeah.
mhm. And just being able to cast guiding bolt, having like actual attack spells as a druid that don't require concentration is a big thing. Um,
Yeah, because the thing about Druid is, if you're using the spells, so many of them are concentration spells, which is
mhm,
cool, but it's very limiting.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, it can be super like that's for me, that was one of the things, like immediately, like even especially with the moon druid, prioritizing con even over wisdom
Hmm.
can be so powerful, because being able to be in wild shape and being able to tank a lot of hits in melee, but you know by having con saves, even no matter what the beast stats are, you can still reasonably weasel your way out of losing the entangle or whatever you've got going on.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
it, not only that, but like a cleric and a druid together, you can control the enemy's movement, and if like from level 5 onward, you can just hit them with like a spirit guardians or something,
Hmm.
just AoE, make it so they can't run away from you, and then now they're trapped in here with the party. Yeah, that's what happened with that second Salt Marsh campaign, where the DM was like, well, I'm actually going to go ahead and take this into like White Plume Mountain, and essentially adapt the Tales from the Yawning Portal, but
Ah,
using the same aquatic, because he just had so much fun with our party just ruining all his plans. um, but we had like a Warforged Forge cleric with like a 25 AC, an Arcana cleric, a Shepherd druid with my character, and a couple other, like a Conquest paladin, Ancestral Guardians barbarians. So essentially debuff everything the DM can do, um, immobilize, frighten, uh, stun, and and impose disadvantage on every attack, and you know um, he threw us up against like a kraken just in the middle of the
damn.
campaign, and we still just it was just too much. It's being able to exploit like a handful of these mechanics related to movement and conditions like the restrained condition, and it can just get really out of hand very
Yeah,
very quickly.
Krakens can be real tough to beat, especially if you don't have freedom of movement in your arsenal prepared.
Hmm.
Like, if you cast freedom of movement, you'll be fine. But if
Yeah,
nobody in the party remembered to cast freedom of movement on everybody, you're screwed.
yeah, yeah. And it, in terms of like in this particular Kraken battle, it was a little bit. We had an apparatus of Qualish as well that that the DM let us forge a ballista to, which probably shouldn't have happened. And it very quickly became us climbing on the Kraken's back and
Aw.
just just doing as much Dragon's Dogma, Shadow of the Colossus type tomfoolery as possible. But yeah, best laid plans. It is one of those things. I've been playing, especially with like a lot of group of other, like a larger group of, all like LGBT players, and uh, we've been playing for a few years now on Roll20, and we tend to coordinate like it's like we automatically, as soon as we get in a dungeon, people are already rolling the listen checks at the door, checking for traps, doing every possible roll you can be doing. We have it down to like just sort of like we goof around. We do a lot of character stuff too, but we don't even have to say that stuff to our DMs, where they just immediately assume we're already doing all the adventuring things, getting the 10-foot pole and pushing it against every loose stone. So it's nice to switch things up and play with groups of folks who aren't already in a private messaging group figuring out the most optimal ways to cheese everything. Yeah.
Made me think of my fiance. Normally our forever DM, and at one point he was talking very excited about this new trap he had found in
Oh
one of the
no.
books. The gold trap, where it looks like gold and tests like gold, but you pick it up and it Midas traps you because you came in contact with
Ah.
it. And he went on about this to everybody at our table before our next session. And the next session, all of us, we freaked out as we're like, poke it with a stick. We
Don't touch the
detect
gold.
magic.
Don't
We
touch the
detect
gold.
traps. Try to determine the origin of the gold. Does it have a preference? Like, the whole
Finally,
time he was just dying because he hadn't used it. We must
yes.
have spent 30 minutes testing a pile of gold that was completely inert.
That is
We
such a
love to
mood,
see it.
though. That is such a mood. Like, as a
Yeah.
DM, I feel personally attacked by that.
Gosh, that is, yeah, love to see it.
But I have some
Oh,
interesting things that I've read up on that I'm like, huh, okay.
yeah, there's some good stuff in like the new, especially like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Things that I very deliberately don't try to, even though I do DM uh, once or twice a week right now, um, I tend uh, not to get too far into anything that I know other people are looking at and probably trying to use in their open table games.
Yeah, that's a big reason why a lot of what I do is homebrew. A lot of the monsters are reskinned or modified in some way. So it's like, I don't know. It might be using the exact same stats as a kobold, but it doesn't come across as a kobold on first glance. It's not really a kobold. So it makes it a little harder to, like, metagame and all that.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a flail snail, but a flail snail who flies or something as
Yeah.
well. Mm.
Or change the
It can
damage type a little bit. And then
Yeah,
suddenly,
it's
oh, it's a new monster.
huh. Yeah, I mean that's especially good for creatures that have like an inflated CR for doing a lot of like regular resisted or damage that the player characters can get a resistance or immunity to, like poison, for instance.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that 66 poison or whatever could be really painful, but you could just have a party of all dwarves, warforged, and Yuan-Ti, and then it's just nothing, you know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's it's especially fun with like undead creatures and stuff. Like there's a lot of stock, you know, mythological creatures that you can put a fun little twist on, like what we do, in the shadows, like
Oh, I
creating
love
an
what we knew in
energy
in the
vampire.
shadows. Yes.
Yes.
I need to watch the latest episode that just dropped.
Oh, I need to catch up. I've my regular D&D groups are constantly saying let's watch the new season. Oh wait, Stevie, sorry.
Ah, yeah, the new season is
Gosh.
really good. I will say that much. Like
I
non-spoiler
think
review.
I'm behind.
I think they're on episode like 3 or 4. Yeah, it's one of those shows that's just like absurdly binge-worthy.
Yeah,
Man,
that
their creature effects I'm just in love with.
They are really
When,
good.
Yeah, when I was in high school, that's what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to get into theater,
Oh,
creature
nice.
design, and props and all of that.
Ooh, cool. Yeah, I'm into cosplaying as you saw, and prop making is like my favorite part.
Mhm.
Oh, my goodness, you look scruffy. My dog must have burrowed under a pillow or something, so her fur's like all sticky outy in all the weirdest ways. And I'm like, wow, that is not a good look, Cocoa Butter. She doesn't care. I do need to bring her
She
to the
didn't
groomer, though.
look. Dogs sometimes don't care about getting dolled up in case they accidentally pop on the Twitch stream or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Coco, you want to say hi to the camera? You want to say hi to the camera? No? You feel like being lazy? That's a mood. That is a mood. If I had food to bribe her with, she'd come right over, but I don't have any food by my desk. Coco, you want the invisible nothing? You want the invisible nothing? Yeah, you want it? You want it? Oh, she's getting up. She's coming over. Hello, tiny doggy. Hello. Hello. Oh, I can't pick you up if you back up. Oh, Coco. She says, no. Give me the thing. I know you don't have anything, but give it to me.
Oh.
You're very lazy. You are very lazy. And then she complains that she has such a hard life. And it's like, all you do is sleep and eat my leftovers, and that's it. And, oh, you chew things and you play fetch sometimes. And if I don't give her enough of my food or enough attention, she starts yelling at me, and I'm like, dog, really? Really? Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Classic, doggy doggins behavior right there.
Yep. Dog's life. And she steals my bed, and then she gets annoyed at me for telling her, no, she can't sleep on my pillow. I need it to sleep on.
Oh.
So then she just lies down right next to me, and then she starts kicking me when she's having her little puppy dreams. I'm like, really, dog? Really? She'll be all snuggly, and then her little feet will start going, and she'll kick me in the cheek. I'm like, really? That's so rude.
How dare.
Yeah. Or the worst is sometimes she'll stretch and like she'll like stick her hind paw like at my nose. I'm like, really, dog? I'm right here. She doesn't
Yeah.
care. She does not care.
Yeah, personal space.
Yeah. But she's like really smart. She's learned that I'll be right back sometimes means I'm gonna go to the kitchen and get a food, which I might share with you.
Mm.
And she's also learned, so Pavlov was right because she knows that the ding from the toaster oven or the microwave means the food machine is making a food.
Mhm.
And that means that she might get some of the food, either that falls on the floor or that I share with her.
Mhm.
So she will hear that and she will sprint to the kitchen, like, I'll get it. Sometimes I'll even wake her up from her sleep. It's pretty impressive.
Bless.
Yeah, you're a very smart little dog. My mom has her twin brother, and he memorizes like TV commercials. So he knows which ones have dogs in them. And he will run to the TV and start barking when he hears the jingles, like the first few notes of the background music of a commercial. And he will wait for the dog and just start yapping and yapping and yapping. And then when the commercial finishes up, he's done.
Well, say hi to your friends. We'll get
Yep.
the chance to see them. Draw.
Don't know why my nose is so itchy lately. Probably allergy season.
No, we had a cat who used to watch like the pet rescue shows, and he wouldn't pay
Aww.
attention to anything else, but specifically the like animal rescue based in like Houston. I forget the name of the show now, but he would be engrossed during those. Rest of the time,
Interesting.
nothing. We think it was the long tracking shots following the cars, but
Yeah, the cinematography, it builds tension.
well, it's the movement
Yeah.
of it. So he would track it like he's tracking a, and then it would cut to something else.
Yeah. My parents tried to watch the dog show on TV, but every time the dog would run off screen when they're like doing the little circle thing, Bean would run that direction too and look out the window and look for the dog outside.
No.
And he would get so confused and just start crying. It was so cute. He's so smart in his own dumb little way, and I love it. Like, you can see the logic there. But it's not
This
quite
is just
there.
a window.
Yeah.
This is a window. It went this way. No dog.
Yeah. But the dog was there and it went that way. And he should be outside. And when I call my mom, or God forbid, when I video chat with her, Bean will be like, that's my human. I hear my human. So he'll look out the window to look for my car. And I'm not there, obviously. Oh, Coco's decided to stick her little snoot in the frame a little bit. Here's the cocoa
Rocky,
butter.
same cat. Okay. He liked to pounce and try to play with people. And one of the things he would do is he would get inside boxes and then swipe at them, but he never caught on that you could see through certain boxes.
Oh no.
So he would get inside like the laundry basket that has lots of, or sometimes you're just unpackaging things that has like a saran wrap top or something, and you could see him. But if you interacted with it and let him know that he was in there, he'd take off like a shot across the house and just look at you like you're a wizard.
I love that. That is so cute. I love that. I love that weird cat. Yeah, growing up, I had this cat named Fudgy, and the older I get, the more I understand her. But she hated me. She was kind of evil. But to be fair, they named her Fudgy. If you were named Fudgy, you would turn evil too.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was around before my parents had me. So she was used to being like queen of the house and everything. Then my parents bring home the screaming, crying, tiny human. Stop paying as much attention to her. So of course she hated me. But it was like I would want to pet the cat and she'd just hiss at me and snap at me. I'm like, I want to just pet the kitty. So I would like pet her from across the room, like, nice kitty, nice kitty. So I did not grow up as a cat person.
See, I had a cat that chose me, so.
Aw. Yeah. Like, I feel like if I was around and then my parents got Fudgy, it would have been totally different. But that cat just specifically had a vendetta against me. And it's like, now I get it. Now I totally get it. But back then, oof. Trying to decide what I need from Target. Because I'm going to do a Target run tomorrow. Ooh, cranberry juice. Frog and the cranberries must be fall.
Mm-hmm.
I made a meme that's like a frog's head pasted onto the lady from the Cranberries on their album cover, like the band. And I'm like, Frog and the Cranberries must be fall.
Yes.
I did post that to Twitter, I think. But I very rarely
One of
use
the few
Twitter.
people who still does not have a Twitter account.
Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, having a Twitter account and using a Twitter account could be two different things. Like,
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
I've gone through a few. I have one. I've probably posted on it before. Um, but yeah, to be that interested, it is kind of like I just imagine like the earworm from like the Wrath of Khan or something, where you know immerse yourself enough in its ecosystem for the for the Twitter virus to fully take hold.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think that one of my posts got something like 300 likes. So
Hey,
I'm like practically internet famous now.
yeah, I remember I think Zoe Quinn retweeted something I said like Jesus is my favorite anime or something. I just I'm sure I hope maybe that was popular. I don't know, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, my post was just a D&D shit post about my game. Oh, by the way, this game will not have that many dragons in it. Despite the name, Dungeons and Dragons, this is not going to be a very dragon-heavy campaign. Dragons do exist. Maybe you'll encounter some. Maybe you won't. I mean, you will encounter at least one dragon eventually, but it'll be a while off.
Yeah, and as far as that might be character knowledge, but is it the same in Realms lore in terms of you'd automatically be able to assume that dragons are color coded in terms of friendly and unfriendly, or is that something you know?
What's
Insofar
your
as you
character's
know.
intelligence? With your character's intelligence, you would know. Yeah, you're a sage background. Yeah, you would know that chromatic dragons generally are less friendly than the metallic ones.
In the
common
metallic
sense is
ones.
avoid dragon, so that's all I committed
Yeah.
to memory.
I mean,
Fair.
that is one of the things. Like,
Intelligence versus wisdom, everybody.
Yes.
yeah, I remember running a one shot in the Underdark where I forget what it was like. Uh, Menzo Barons in the Drow city was being attacked by they had captured, I think it was something ridiculous, like they had captured Shrek and and Donkey and Fiona, and Donkey's wife. I don't know why I did a Shrek bit. Somebody just did it as a joke, and I was like, yeah, no, it is Shrek. Yeah, the ogre is Shrek. Sure, yes. I need to pull up Smash Mouse All Star right now on my phone, and
Nice.
just to commit to the bit. Then because like the donkey character is love interest is a dragon, and
Yeah.
they quite literally kill this anthropomorphic donkey in front of the mother of the dragon, who I gave them death saves, and I'm like, well, you can. It's up to you. You can certainly try to retreat. And the paladin's like, no, I'm gonna coup de grace, and then take the 18d6 fire damage from an adult drag, or from an adult dragon.
Oh no. Oh
They
no.
I've made mistakes that I've never done that.
Yeah.
yeah. They might have ended up in the lower planes, and that then became part of the adventure.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
it happens.
I actually have Shrek written as a one-shot for new players. Like, my college sometimes does a D&D for newbies night, and I DM for that. And I ran Shrek as a one-shot, and it's like, you're supposed to bring pre-made characters. Like, perfect. Here's a half-orc barbarian, lives in a swamp. The only thing is, I changed Donkey to be a halfling named Eddie, and I didn't tell them it was Shrek. I changed all the characters' names just a little. And then when they realized it was Shrek, they're like, oh my god, is this Shrek? I was like, yeah, this is literally just Shrek. It actually works.
About this.
It works really well as like a newbie D&D campaign.
Yeah, I mean, you've got set goals. There's travel. You rescue a princess.
There's a fight scene.
There's a fight scene. Yeah.
You have to persuade Lord, what's his name? Farquaad? Yeah, Farquaad to even let you live, pretty much, and let you take the quest. So there's some social aspects there.
It's a solid framework.
And then there's like the creaky bridge over the moat of lava, and you have to figure out how to cross that. Yeah,
there's a lot. Like the first Resident Evil game could make a really good old school dungeon crawl, being stuck in this very, very silly, mansion where all this goofy business is going on. I mean, it quite literally plays. Like I know in Japan, like Call of Cthulhu and other games, there are a lot of other tabletops more popular than D&D, but it feels like those early like Resident Evil games, and now kind of coming back to it, like basically just D&D campaigns that went off the rails with all the evil pharmaceutical company stuff. But,
yeah,
a friend of mine is actually running a Call of Cthulhu game. Haven't had a chance to play, but I've heard some good things.
Same. I've never actually played, but I've watched some live plays on YouTube. / listened to podcasts of live play. And I've read some of the books for some inspiration. There is some stuff that I have yoinked from Call of Cthulhu and other similar RPGs.
Given the setting, do it. Like,
oh, I've already done it.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, if you're familiar with the mythos, some
Lovecraft's
things.
Imagination and some of the things he made are amazing. We can just yeet the man.
Yeah.
Just no. There's some stuff involving that I'm not gonna go into.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please don't sound off in the comments about Lovecraft or Lovecraft's cat or any of that. Please.
Oh no, the fucking cat.
No.
But I will say that if you're familiar with the actual works and some of the mythos, stuff might seem familiar.
Yeah, I'm interested in trying out, like, I play and run Fate one shots every once in a while, and specifically Fate of Cthulhu. Looks kind of an interesting D6 based kind of, rather than having to deal with the crunch and the rolling a D100 for literally everything. Element of.
Oh my god, they have pumpkin Pop-Tarts again. I should get them. Oh, they're not available in
I
my
literally
store.
live for Thompson pumpkin bagels to come in season.
You see, I'm in New York. I'm in New York. We don't do frozen bagels here.
Okay, I get it. You have bagel superiority. For
We
everyone who
do.
doesn't have the privilege to live in New York and get good bagels like that, Thompson's actually has a tracker on their website. You can see when the deliveries are to the store.
Okay. That's interesting.
So if you're having trouble getting your seasonal fix, you can go on there and see what day the store stocks it.
Ooh, they have the organic pumpkin spice Pop Tarts. Oh, but they only have 3 stars?
Mm.
What's wrong with these? Oh. But yeah, I'm trying not to eat like so many carbs because if it was up to me, I'd live off of pumpkin bread and nothing but pumpkin bread during spooky season. So it's like, I need some real, actual nutritional food in here. As tempting as it is to just get nothing but Pop Tarts.
Yeah, I definitely have that uh, carb temptation as
Yeah.
somebody who, I'm like I'm don't eat animal products in general
Ah,
and haven't for a long time. So it's
nice. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not like vegetarian, but I do meatless Mondays many days of the week just by chance because I am lazy and tofu or vegan mock meat is just easier to cook.
Mhm.
So is pasta.
Yeah,
And now that they have like
yeah,
pasta made with beans and stuff, it's like, okay, there's some protein in there, there's some fiber in there. It's a proper
mhm,
meal.
yeah. You know,
I'm on the other end of the spectrum.
Mhm.
I have a curated box that comes to my house, well, every 2 months of different cuts of meat.
Oh,
And
nice.
Yeah. I mean that. Well, that is LGBT culture. Either just eating meat or being like a vegan for a dozen years or whatever.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know.
there's no in between, really. Yeah,
No, I don't mind. There's a vegan Mexican place in my hometown, which
nice.
is just divine.
That
I
sounds
love them.
amazing.
If they could cook for the rest of my life, I would be veg. Just,
Yeah,
but unfortunately, I don't have those skills.
fair, fair. Yeah, there's a place by me that does vegan Indian food, and it's so good. Like, I like
Yeah.
Indian food in general, but this place in particular is really good.
Hmm.
Mm.
I mean, all the Indian food by me is pretty decent, I think. I mean, one place,
Yeah.
their tikka masala sauce is a little too sweet, if you ask me, but who am I to say? I'm not Indian. I'm not gonna critique them on their own cooking. Just, it's not my top pick for the area. It's still pretty good, though.
Hmm.
Yeah. There's a lot of uh, you know m- like going to Mediterranean restaurants, going to Lebanese places, going to Ethiopian restaurants. That's
Ooh,
because
yes.
during Lent and Ramadan, traditionally in Ethiopia they don't eat and like
Hmm.
not just meat, but just pretty much avoid any animal product besides maybe honey. And so
Cool.
um,
I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There's oh gosh, Ethiopian food is amazing though. If
It
y'all haven't,
is. It is. Yeah, I've only had it once or twice, but the times I have, very good.
I haven't had the privilege yet, so.
Oh,
it's kind of a utensil free, like depending on what type the type of setup at the restaurant, but having a communal space, which obviously with COVID's a little bit more
yeah.
Hmm.
difficult now. But using injera as kind of like the spongy bread.
I
It,
know exactly what this is. I haven't had it myself, but I had to write a scene for something, and I used injera. And I looked up recipes, and I'm familiar, but I haven't had it myself yet.
yeah, it is. Get some injera, get some collard greens, get some, just get like proper Ethiopian food, and it's just some of the best. Like eating that meal, and it feels like having not just being full, but just feeling like like that's what it feels like to eat a meal. Like
Yeah,
this is.
like it is proper food.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm.
Yeah, but then by me, we have like a lot of like Dominican food by me that's like really good. A lot of little empanada places and cachapa places where it's like for $5 you can get like an armful of empanadas. It is ridiculous and amazing.
I would kill to track down an empanada recipe I had when I was studying abroad. I was in Saipan, and
Oh,
it was a spicy kind of sour sardine empanada,
oh, okay.
just mouth watering. It was amazing.
That sounds really good. Yeah, my grandma used to make empanadas, but she only really made beef ones.
Hmm.
Oh, Megan is on. I'm seeing her thing.
I'm trying.
Hello.
Hey,
Let me.
Hi.
howdy.
Hello.
Hello. I tried to put up my green screen. It kind of worked.
Hmm. I
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah, it
I still
is
need to-
green. It is a
It
screen.
is green. It is here. It exists. It's hiding my my treasure hoard behind it, so
I feel that.
I know the feeling.
right. Alright, so I don't think I've ever used Roll20 before, so I need to
Oh yeah, I can definitely give you the lay of the land. I'm going to edit you into the video stream.
Awesome. Sounds good.
But yes, one of our players has arrived. So I think that we're only missing one person now. I think.
Oh, cool.
I'm bad at math, as you will learn. There's a reason why I rely on
Not
like
important.
Roll20 to do the actual like math adding stuff for me most of the time, because it's like numbers do not like the improv, do not like the math part that much. Okay.
I forgot. Oh, unpacking from a vacation, I am a disaster. I'm like, I don't have headphones. I don't know where my brain is. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have a good trip though?
it was so much fun. I'll put some more pictures up for you guys. It was a
Yes.
blast. We had so much fun. Oh my gosh. There's nothing like bringing a 2-year-old home from Disney. She is just like spinning in circles. She's still high on sugar. Like,
That is so cute.
yeah. So it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. So of course stressful and expensive, but fun.
Yes. Well
Yeah, your
worth it.
founding outfit looked amazing. That was
Yeah.
You
You nailed
oh my gosh.
it.
I did Lady Loki one night and I did Belle the other day too. So I'll have to send you guys some. The Ahsoka turned out so good though. I was so
You
proud of
did.
that.
I love how the leggings even have her like little cutout things.
Right? When I
That
saw those, I think that's what sparked the outfit. I saw those and I was like, I can and will.
yes.
Yeah, that dress was from the thrift store. It was like a triple XL, and I just like cut it in and just put like the neck together and everything. I was like, this is like the perfect color. Like I can definitely make this work. So,
Yeah, the color was spot on. I love
right?
thrifting. I live up the block from a thrift shop and it is dangerous. Okay.
It's so dangerous. It's more dangerous than any other store for me. I completely
Yeah.
understand.
Because you're like, oh, this is only $3. This is only $5. It's a whole lot of
and then
stress.
$200 later, I'm
Yep.
like, what?
Okay, so I am going to be transitioning the screens that way you are on camera. Okay, there we go. So now people can see you, so you can feel free to introduce yourself. Who are you? What is your pronoun or your pronouns, and who are you playing?
Yes, so my name is Megan Dawn. So nice to see everybody. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Maladove, which is a half elf. She is a ranger and a swarm keeper. She's got a fun little swarm of tiny crustaceans that follow her around. She's just a lovely little excited adventurer off on her way to see the world. Yeah, so that's gonna be pretty exciting. I'm excited
Yeah.
to be with everybody.
Yeah, we're glad to have you. Yeah, we have a fun mix of people here. Definitely.
Yeah, Stevie, I don't think I've got the chance to meet you a whole lot yet. Very nice to see you in person.
Yeah, likewise. Oh, do you, Jackie? Do you want us to, Eliza and I, to
Oh yeah,
give a
yeah.
recap on our
You
character?
can reintroduce yourselves, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Stevie. They, them, she, her. It's all good. I am going to be playing Riza or Rizzy, either way. Uh, Rizzy to her friends. She looks like an elf, kind of a moon elf, kind of a purplish hue to her skin, green eyes. About 5'8", I guess. If that matters. She's an artificer, works with the Scriveners Guild. Uh, Mostly a gnomish guild that she works with, and she has like kind of a northern accent. You'd think maybe from the Frostlands of Byre, but she's coming from the Myshell Mountains over to Brinecliffe down by the Byre coast to help open up a new Scriveners Guild branch.
Yep. And I'm
uh,
going to be adding you. I'm going to move you back to the town square, so that way you can all see your icons and learn to use the Roll20 a little bit. Let's see. Oh,
So as I
And-
all get that going here, this will be my first time using Roll20, so
exciting! That is exciting. Yeah, and if you want, I could stay on a bit after, and we can do kind of like a Roll20 101.
Cool. Well, that'd be awesome. I mean, it looks pretty user friendly, I should say, for sure. So
Yeah, it doesn't have too much of a learning curve to it.
Yeah, there are characters. Unfortunately, between D&D Beyond and Roll20, there isn't any uh, easy way to import things from one place to another.
Yeah,
But there are in-app character sheets within Roll20 that can handle things like rolling dice directly in
Very cool.
the game.
Yeah, there is also I think it's Beyond 20 is the name of the extension. It's a browser extension that lets you roll using your D&D Beyond sheet, and it shows it on Roll20. So I'm going to see if I can get that set up for all of you.
Awesome.
I just need to, make sure that we have a final head count and everything.
Yeah, it's Beyond 20, looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, we use it in my Sunday game that I'm a player in. I'm in a lot of games, in case you haven't noticed. Like, it has been the sole form of socialization for me in the past year and a half, 2 years. So I am in probably 6 games, 5, 6 games now. I DM 3 of them. It's a lot,
Yeah,
but it's great.
yeah,
That's
it's
awesome.
yeah. I mean, I play in probably 2 to 5 games in a week, and I'm running 1 to 2 games, uh, usually Thursdays and Fridays. And at the beginning of the pandemic, it was too much. I was
Yeah, same. I had to cut back a
Yeah.
little. I was in a game every day. Some days I had 2 games. It was a
Yes.
lot. It was too much even for me.
Same. Yeah.
My group hasn't been able to get organized to
Aw.
do a virtual game, so
Oh, that
I'm very
sucks.
D&D strong.
I am
as
glad
I've
that you were
mentioned.
here. Yeah. Yeah, but I have a Monday game. Well, technically, it's all the same premise and the same setting, but it's very reassuring to see how sandboxy I've made it, because I always worry about being too railroady. Every group, I'm running 3 versions of this same premise of the DreamQuest campaign. So this has all been more or less play tested, except for some of the earlier stuff that I'm completely reworking, because when I started, I had no idea what I was doing. That was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah, well, and it's one of those things I think with fifth edition as well. The Dungeon Master's Guide is probably I apologize to anyone from Wizards of the Coast, but
It's
Dungeon
not very
Master's
helpful.
Guide, yeah, the
Yeah.
first two chapters are useless
Yeah.
to new DMs.
Yeah.
It's written in a way that's just the exact. It's like deliberately difficult for somebody to be like, well, how do I give like my kobold like a funny motivation? Like,
Yeah.
why are these kobolds stealing this tractor? I need to come up with
Yeah.
this. Creating my own
That's-
world doesn't help.
That's what I'm really liking about the Kids on Bikes, their books, is they have entire chapters just dedicated to that idea.
Mm-hmm.
They have their suggestions for plot hooks, potential NPCs, and every single one of those is labeled with trigger warnings as to
Oh,
what
okay.
the contents are. So if you know something is a no-go for your table, you can just skip right over it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is good to know.
The
awesome.
the new
Mhm.
Adventures League season, I think, is using. I think I've seen that in Icewind Dale, where they very purposefully put that in the front pages.
Yeah,
to,
and they're so aware of it that some of their trigger warnings include like migraines
Oh.
as a warning.
Okay.
So it's both things that you would expect to be like a traumatic trigger, and then things you just deal with. Like,
Yeah.
get enough of migraines in my own life. I don't need.
I feel
migraine.
that literally.
Yeah.
So yeah, we went through some of the house rules, which I will be posting both on Discord and in a reference doc here on Roll20. And like I said, Megan, I don't mind staying on after and kind of going through the basics of Roll20 with you. We could just run a simple encounter example thing.
Sounds great.
Yeah. And I have minis made for all of you. I have both a full portrait mini and I have a little token mini. And I have the fancy pants subscription to Hero Forge, so I can churn them out like very quickly. So if there's anything you want changed or updated on yours, I can do that with like a moment's notice. So just let me know. If you're like, I think my character is going to dye their hair. Sure.
I think that's a huge possibility for my character, especially because I didn't really know a lot about using, especially not the colored section.
Yeah.
Of
I
Hero
changed the
Forge
color of
previously.
her pants a little bit, just letting you know from what you showed me.
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's very light, colored for now, but this is her first adventure. She's a young
Yeah.
lady. I have a good idea that she's going to be out there and like maybe get a little change going. So
Yeah, like if you find some sweet ass armor or a really groovy hat, like I can put that on your
Exactly.
character. And I also don't mind like and I don't mind doing a little bit of Photoshop magic. So if there's something that you can't find on Hero Forge, like or if you want patterned clothing or something to glow that you can't make glow, I could totally do that.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they her staff, the options for that staff were a little limited. There's certainly nothing quite like
Yeah.
what I was looking for, but I was like, this is close enough. Crystals versus seashells, right? That's
yeah, I think that there actually is a seashell staff now.
Really? I looked
Yeah.
and I didn't see anything in
I-
particular. Well, maybe on the little.
because
Like
I
I
used
said, I
it
kind of
for-
accidentally deleted the first character, and I was like,
yeah.
well,
Yeah, so
let's
I'll
try this again.
Yeah, so when we go through Roll20, I can go through some of the Hero Forge stuff with you too. But yeah, it's very
That'd be
addicting
awesome.
once you really dig into it. I've been using it for
Yeah.
ages, and I'm totally addicting to making characters on it. Like, I will make a character that just looks cool when I'm bored, and I'm like, shit, I have to put them in my game now because they look really cool. So I'm like, okay, you find a flyer on the Magic Subway that tells you about this sale going on at this store. And I'm like, they're going to meet this character. They're just another shopkeep, but they're the coolest fucking shopkeep that I have ever made.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to mostly play in person.
Nice.
The group that I've been DMing for, I played way back 3.5, like a long
Oh,
time ago with
cool.
a bunch of friends of mine. And then I couldn't convince anyone to play with me until the pandemic. And some really good friends of mine tried to play with a gentleman who was doing everything online. And he was very disorganized, and pretty much he got them excited about D&D and then like would cancel every session or like
Oh.
decide to only do one shots instead of play the main campaign. And so everyone was always in character creation mode and never really getting to play. and they were complaining it right at the end of kind of everything being as heavy as it was. They were like looking for someone to play with, and I was like, you guys have been playing D&D without me. And so we've been playing all in person, and so I really haven't had a good opportunity to utilize all this great online stuff that's available now. I mean, when we back in the day when I played 3.5, we there was certainly none of this
Yeah.
available. So it was all just pen and paper and 3-ring binders and
Yup. I still have so many
so
binders full of like campaigns I print out from DM's Guild and stuff like that. Yeah. Like
yeah,
spare character sheets and everything.
My
so
I
many.
remember at one point my dad pulled out a binder for 2.0 and I
Oh.
just glazed over. Like it is the driest thing to try to read to learn to play that game. Oof.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
We've come a
goodness.
long way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
like
and then apparently he's actually played 5e recently and he had the strangest comment which struck me, but it'll make sense. He's like, they really tried to make it like a video game in the newer modules. And when you think of them side by side, it's absolutely true.
I
yeah,
It's
can see it,
and
especially with 4E.
yeah,
4E was very directly pulled from video games from what I've seen. Not necessarily in a bad way, but in a way that, you can tell that it was very deliberate.
mhm. Yeah, like I uh, I have a particular DM friend who runs a lot of open table games, and occasional modules. Like he's who ran Storm Kings and Curse of Strahd, I think, for my group. But he goes back to the second edition days,
Wow.
and
Yeah.
his argument is compared to three, compared to what would become Pathfinder in fourth edition. Um, he's like, there's a certain continuity behind second edition, except for the fact that unlike the TSR days, at least Wizards of the Coast knows how to like write an adventure in a way that's useful for the DM, rather than just it, it feels like it's like reading a newspaper like I've read a lot of the Ravenloft adventures. It feels like reading a newspaper from like the 1900s
Oh no.
that yeah, it's not written in a way where the most important information is at the top of the article.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but
Now, I am working on kind of writing this whole campaign as a campaign module book series.
mhm.
Um, I am about 30,000 words in and still around the time where you'd be level 4 or 5. So it, it is. If you ever need a National Novel Writing Month project where you will reach word count, write D&D stuff. You will reach word count because you have to write like every alternative option for what can happen. Like if they roll shit while talking to this NPC, like you have to essentially write every paragraph 5 times. So
Yeah,
easy to make word count.
the
And I still haven't
the
made
num-
word count.
yeah, the number of times you have to put go back and be like, oh, I should say Constitution saving throw and
Yeah.
on a success, blah blah
Yeah.
blah. You know, I need to mention divination magic to see if
Yep.
it comes into play. Yeah.
If the character happens to be a rock gnome, then
Yeah. Yep. Oh gosh.
so
you know,
Megan.
and then still have that flexibility when you're sitting at the table and something happens that you didn't account for.
Oh yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, like my players decide to spend a whole month starting their own circus and perfecting their routines. I had to do nothing as a DM, but I didn't plan for any of it. I just sat back and was like, yeah, make a performance check, make an acrobatics check. Oh yeah, the NPCs cheer you on and they toss you a few silvers. It was the easiest month of DMing I ever had. Did I ever plan for it? No. But now I rewarded them. They have consistent alter egos and a side business. So any checks they make to make people think that they are just a traveling circus and nothing more, they will have advantage.
Yeah, that happened to me in the Waterdeep campaign. That was like the first long-term campaign I was running, and it very quickly turned into something very off the rails and switched to Neverwinter. And the monk who was there to like fight vampires and do all this like heroic stuff immediately was like, I think I want to start my own like sushi business.
Nice.
You know, why not?
So tell us a little bit about Maladove the ranger. What's she like? What's her deal? Why is she here?
Yeah, so Maladove is she just recently her best friend and mentor passed away. And she was a hermit who lived on the coastline where she grew up, and there weren't a lot of children in the town. And her father had been a human, just a sailor of some kind who was in this horrible accident. And when he washed on shore, her mother found him and took care of him. They kind of fell in love and had a daughter, Maladove. Her father decided to go back to a life of the sea. So she really didn't have any other friends except for this hermit who meant essentially the world to her. Kind of taught her everything that she knows and loves about nature and about the seaside. Because her mother was kind of a stern individual, if you will. She wasn't a super passionate person about at least like nature, which was something Maladove loved. So when she did pass away just recently, Maladove sort of decided to take it upon herself to go and find out more about this father who left her. He left when she was around 9 or 10 years old, and he used to write letters to her and send her trinkets from towns. And he always talked about Oktoberfest and how much he had loved it and how he went every chance he got. And so she happens to know that this, Brinecliffe is where this happens. She's very much hoping to find out whether her father left some kind of legacy behind. She doesn't really know if he's dead or if he's just forgotten about her, and kind of left her off as just another piece of his history traveling across the world. So she's a little resentful, thinking he's alive out there, and probably just forgot about her and her mother. And she's hoping to at least find some answers as to who he was he a good person like she always remembered, or was he just some jerk who forgot all about her? She, has taken it upon herself to go and find some answers that nobody has for her at home. So her and her
Nice.
little army of tiny crabs are off on a little adventure. And she does have a staff that was given to her by her dear friend who had passed away. It was kind of their last moment together. She was given this quarterstaff, and she had to kind of mend a new spot on it. She's, her friend was actually a gnome, and so she was much smaller than Maladove was, and so she kind of fashioned a new spot on the staff for her own hand, and has kind of taken on this special weapon to take along and take her friend along with her. So
Cute. And she has a little army of tiny crabs, and I love that.
little army of tiny crabs. Yeah, so they like scuttle about her all the time. You can kind of see them, dipping in and out of the line of her clothing and in and out of her pockets and kind of through her hair. And they kind of change colors with the surrounding territory. Like they're always trying to blend in a little bit. They try not to stand out too much. And they're her little spirit creatures. She has always had a fascination with really tiny creatures and animals, and one of those reasons is because her mentor told her when she was very young that the biggest things in life are often because of the smallest creatures. And she taught her about like plankton and bacteria and algae and how important it was to the environment they lived in, especially on the seaside. And so she found this fascination for bugs in particularly, which her mother hated. And so they were always in and out of her pockets. And then she found that crabs were, these tiny crustaceans living amongst them as well. And she developed a fascination for them. So
I love that.
Mhm.
That is adorable.
thank you.
I'm just picturing her like going to pay for something at a store, and she's trying to find
Literally.
gold, but she just pulls out a
They're,
string
like,
of
dropping off,
crabs.
everywhere, everything she does. They're like connected to her jewelry. There was like kind of running up and down the chains on her ears and like scuttling about her on her necklace, like
It's so
her
cute.
fashion crafts, if you will.
Fashion crabs. She's got crabs.
Yeah. And if some sort of hated and feared tyrant of a land were to pass away, maybe the crabs could do a little rave or dance or something.
Crab.
Yes.
Yes.
So I assume that they actually are very good at choreographed dances. I like to hope that they are. Like maybe the YMCA a little bit too. Tosses some claws up in the air and.
Yeah, an enterprising crab might reach out, kind of like I don't know if any of y'all have seen like the new Suicide Squad movie where the little pet rat holding out their hand.
Oh goodness.
Mhm.
Oh, I
I'm
do
just
love that
picturing
song.
very small Tamatoa. Just
Mhm.
Oh, I love it. So she's very excited to go off on a little adventure and hopefully find out a little bit about this father of hers that nobody seems to want to talk about. So
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I have some stuff in mind.
well, I'm very glad to hear that.
Yeah. Just a few little plot bunnies hopping around my head.
she's darling. I love her already.
Yes.
Thank you. She's a
Yes.
little quiet. I'm interested to play this character. I usually do like very like bardy, like wild charisma kind of people, and I guess that's just because I like to play myself no matter where I go. But she's a little bit more reserved, a little bit more cautious, especially because she's had so few friends in this life. So I'm kind of excited to play somebody who's a little bit more out of my comfort zone than usual too. And especially, like I said, I really haven't played a character in a long time. The bits of gameplay I've been playing in this last couple of years has been DM. And kind of bouncing between all those characters, it's almost hard to really know one more than the others. So I'm excited to play just one dedicated character and a little bit out of my comfort zone. So
Nice. I'm excited to meet her. She sounds like she's going to be a really good addition to the party. So we have like our support caster, we have our utility blaster, and then we have our survival damage person as well. So
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see like Swarmkeeper in action because I haven't really, as much as like I've played Rangers and I've DM'd a lot of games with Rangers in them. That's one subclass I haven't seen a whole lot of, and that's some interesting stuff.
I haven't either, and it sounds so fun to me. I mean, it sounds fun in the right context. It certainly isn't a great like character if it's a really small party. I don't think per se, but it definitely sounds like a ton of fun to play. And the more you read into kind of as they level up, I mean, it just sounds intriguing, like to see this little swarm in action and let them help you along your way. And it's a fascinating little genre for sure, so I'm excited to see it in action.
yeah, it has a lot of flavor to it, a lot of ways that you can like interpret it. Like I played a character in a one shot that was technically mechanically a warforged, but was actually a sentient trench coat full of pigeons.
Yes. Yes.
And they were all collectively named Kevin, and they took Find Familiar as like a feat spell from like I think it was Ritual Caster. So they had a large pigeon as their head that they could send out as their familiar. And I made it so that way all of their attacks were just birds flying out of the sleeves.
That's amazing.
It was totally absurd, and I loved it.
I love it.
And the Swarm Keeper is very mechanically very fun to play. Being able to like push and pull things around. There's a lot of like battlefield control capabilities.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and a lot of people do. They play it with kind of like these flight oriented swarms. So I was I'm like interested to see how it's gonna work out with the crab swarm, just because everyone else is like, oh, like my bees, like they can fly right at you, and I was like, nah, it's fine. We're just closer to the ground.
Maybe flying
like jumping
crabs.
spiders just launch out.
trying to figure out how flying crabs would work.
Yeah,
Magic,
that's okay.
whatever.
Yeah, I mean, some kind of magic, yeah, for sure. But for now, they're okay with just scuttling very quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They're very spring-loaded, those crabs. They just...
Hmm. So Maladov is actually afraid of heights.
Oh,
And so, so the crabs kind of work out in that way too, because I have
okay.
a feeling that if she had a bunch of birds trying to pick her up, she would not want to be a swarm keeper anymore. She'd be like, "This is not my jam, not my style. Please leave me on the ground." So that was kind of the other thought behind the crabs was, let's just keep it low and cool. We're kind of terrified of heights, so it's fine. It's fine. We're
Yeah,
gonna stay
yeah.
down.
That works.
So, pretty exciting stuff.
Crabs.
Poor girl.
Now, are the crabs in her swarm edible?
I would say they probably are, but you'd have to eat the entire swarm to get any kind of.
True, they are like little
out of
bitty
it, but they're
crabs.
tiny. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
little bitty. I mean, like, like pebbles, like pebble. Actually,
Yeah.
so there is a crab I looked up that kind of they're called pea crabs, and they are tiny, tiny little creatures, and that's kind of what I assume her crabs kind of look like. These like pea crabs. And I mean, they are like so small they can like be inside of an oyster, and you like find them. They're like, "Oh my god, what are you doing here?" Like,
Oh my god, that is adorable. I love them. Yes. I love
yeah.
that.
So yeah, they're
They're so
so
tiny.
Have you ever seen, like, baby ghost crab?
Yes.
Yes.
See, that's what I'm thinking. Is like just these little teeny babies, tiny helpful babies.
Yeah, there's some videos out there of crab migrations out towards Australia and New Zealand, and it's a blanket of tiny red dots.
Right. just scuttling their way, attempting to get there as safely as possible. So cute. I love it.
Crabs.
Yeah, like so I'm so excited. I told my husband, I was like, yeah, I made this half elf. She's covered in crabs. He's like, fun. That sounds great. I'm really excited for you. I think.
No, it's just darling.
She just
Yeah.
sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Like I said, this is certainly a character I'm very excited to play. She's gonna be a blast. So she's got all kinds of strange little secrets and strange little crabs. So
Yeah. Secrets are not necessarily something that this party perhaps has in short supply.
Yeah.
At least as far as my character goes. But crabs
Right.
definitely, fill.
Sir,
Yeah.
I just...
Oh goodness, gotta love it.
Yeah. Yeah, your character definitely seems a little bit lighter on the crabs.
That's okay. I got enough
Yeah.
crabs for all of us to be
Yeah,
honest.
enough crabs to go around. You get a crab, and you get a crab, and you get a crab, and I keep
Whenever
like
we're talking,
5,000
like-
crabs.
Do you need some? Like.
Yes. Offering a crab in somebody's trying time, just
Right. Can I offer you a crab in this trying time? Oh goodness. It turns white and pulls all its arms in like a little egg.
Aw.
Oh goodness. I love it.
This is so adorable, I can't.
Like I said, I think that's why I had a hard time on Hero Forge, just because I have this like really great image of her in my head that I've been like kind of drawing out a little bit, and I'm just like, there's like no way to cover you in tiny crabs on here. Like, how do I?
Yeah, that's where I might have to do some Photoshop magic.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, just like make a brush that's nothing but crabs and use the jittery tool, just scattered crabs everywhere.
yes. NBC,
It seems
nothing but
very,
crabs.
very doable. Nothing but crabs. I'll be curious to see, like, if your party ever gets a name, what kind of name you're gonna get, because you're a weird bunch.
Yeah. Well, and one thing for my artificer, I don't think I've figured out how she tends to manifest her little eldritch cannon. So maybe she's been trying different shapes, different forms. Maybe crab's the form that she, that might inspire her to.
That's true.
Everything comes to crab.
Yeah, everything becomes a crab. It's like, evolutionary biologists have been telling us this whole time. Just
I have a feeling Maladev would feel right at home if everyone started having crabs all around them. Like, this is where I'm supposed to be.
yeah.
What can I say? It has armor. I like armor.
Right?
I mean, and look,
Very
Weaver's Guild background. My character is Scrivener's and Calligrapher's Guild. Maybe we draw crabs on T-shirts, crab printed T-shirts, and sell them.
I love
That's
it.
could work,
So you're gonna just have a weird T-shirt side business now,
Yes.
like where you make the weird T-shirts that you see on like the boardwalk.
Yeah. That's our thing. Look, Brinecliffe, you got to find your niche.
It's a Brinecliffe bodega, okay? Just
Crab approved.
Yeah. Gosh, Brinecliffe Bodega. Yeah, I never
love
thought
it.
that would be a thing.
All things are
See,
possible.
this is the problem with alternate universe. Everything can happen.
Yeah.
So
It's kind of turning into I played in a Blades in the Dark campaign for a while where that came up, where we had it was like a laudanum gastropub or something. That was our front business. And in the back we had like a shrine to like a taxidermied stray animal that everyone worships, and
oh my god,
yeah, it's a whole thing.
I love it.
Okay,
The Church of
it
Scruffles.
can't be worse than the tea shop. Another campaign I tried. So
Yeah. I
we
need to know
were doing an Avatar campaign, which means of course we had to have a tea shop.
Yeah, of
But
course.
the party was split on what the premise was going to be. So part of the party wanted it to be a tea house, and then another part of the party wanted to do this like brothel, casino, pie show kind of very, very illegal setup.
Mm-hmm. All the
Yeah.
crimes.
All of the crimes, just everything under one roof. So,
One-stop shopping.
I ended up getting in a position where I bought them out of my tea house and then paid them under the table to do the renovations for the other place. So you couldn't connect me to anything that was happening over there.
Yeah, it's now Avatar Sopranos, just
Oh, I love it.
Speaking of which, I'm watching Sopranos with my partner, and from the beginning, and it holds up. It's surprisingly. Sopranos is now. I'm sure all of y'all have seen the think tanks about how Sopranos is actually trans culture now. So just
I have not. Okay. I knew about The Matrix, but have not heard that about Sopranos.
Yeah, because it's just all about the ridiculous toxic masculinity as a plot device is a constant thing, and but it obviously it's a show that you think it's going to be boomers, like Jersey boomers who all own pool supply companies, who probably watch the show, and then watching the show and finding out, oh no, it's actually making fun of this culture, and it's also making fun of America. It's the mob is a stand-in for every business in America, and it very clearly becomes just like, even trying to escape this world, you still have to live in this country, and it's still a disaster, and it's surprisingly holds up, even 20 some years later.
Very nice. Aren't they getting a new series?
Prequel movie that David Chase reluctantly agreed to, because as y'all probably know, James Gandolfini passed away, and they've got his son Michael Gandolfini playing the young version of Tony Soprano, and bunch of good actors though, like John Bernthal, Vera Farmiga. I don't know. Ray Liotta, I think. I hope it's good. I hope it's as funny and ridiculous and like satirical as The Sopranos is supposed to be, and not like a straight ahead like cool gangster story, because it's not about cool guys doing cool stuff. It's about the inherent farce of behaving that way in the first place. You know?
Yeah, what a weird period we're going into though. We're getting more Sopranos, we're getting Ghostbusters, there's Matrix,
There's another
and
Ghostbusters? Really?
Mhm.
Yep. With
I didn't know
Paul
that.
Rudd.
I have
Really?
never heard of this being a thing. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's coming out soon actually. It's in like the next couple weeks. I think that one's
Yeah, and new Mario, but
Oh,
yeah,
I just saw that today. I don't
yeah.
know how
Chris Pratt.
Chris
why?
Pratt as Mario? I don't
Yeah,
get
it's
it.
weird.
I
It's
thought that
weird.
was just a meme. This is
Yeah,
thing?
same.
I did too. I really thought it was just a meme originally too, and then I started looking into it, and I was like, "This is a real thing.
This
That's
is not a
happening,
meme?
right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, it. I mean, you know,
It
Interesting.
seems like a problematic choice. I don't.
yeah,
A little bit.
I can't
Yeah.
picture him as Mario. I just can't.
no,
Yeah. Neither
any
can I.
like any other Christopher in Hollywood, Christopher Walken would be a way more interesting Mario.
Oh, that would be. I would pay real money to see that.
Mhm.
I would like to see that.
Now I have his voice in my head saying, "It's a me, Mario."
Same.
Yes, just anybody else, like, yeah, I don't
Oh
know.
my god. Now I can't
I
stop
want,
thinking
I
about it
want,
either. That's
now I
such a
want
weird
Christopher
cast.
Lee. You guys have me on a whole spin now.
Oh my
Christopher
God.
Lee, we need him back.
Yes, R.I.P.
That
An
man.
icon.
Oh
Such
my
a cool
goodness.
icon.
His Charlemagne themed concept like power metal album that he did shortly before he passed.
So cool. I hope that I'm as cool as Christopher Lee when I'm an old person.
Yeah.
I just love the stories of him correcting people on like the noises people make when you stab them from behind and stopping the director is like, no, he wouldn't make that noise. It would sound like this. And then just knowing in that moment that this man knows what he's talking about. Just,
He is just metal AF. Like,
Mhm.
Oh my god.
to the highest degree.
worlds of respect for Christopher Lee. Just
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think even before the Lord of the Rings came out, I remember watching because my local library just had a lot of like art house films on VHS that I would watch as like as a young like tween or whatever, and I remember watching the original Wicker Man, which I probably shouldn't have been watching, and just like, oh wow, Lord's, and then seeing Lord Summerisle as Saruman, which it just blew my mind. Just such perfect casting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh goodness. Yeah, the Wicker Man could make a good like D&D campaign. Like it that is
Yeah.
kind of the false Hydra premise in a certain sense.
I know
But-
that they incorporated that into World of Warcraft at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Don't remember
Yeah.
the details though. Haven't played World
Well,
of
and-
Warcraft in a long time. In this
Yeah, and
economy, like, nah. We're not subscribing to a monthly game. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah. And like Warcraft, I don't know a whole lot about the lore, but like it's very different in how it handles like orcs and elves and
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah, I was never that into it. If I was playing an MMO, it was always Star Wars The Old Republic, which I do want to get back into. Mostly because you can solo the vast majority of the stuff and not interact with, like, douchewads on the internet, because that is why I tend to avoid MMOs.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also meet some cool people if you actually want to. So,
Yeah.
God, I haven't played an MMO since Ica. It was like this South Korean kind of. I don't know. It might still be running, but nobody's on the servers anymore.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like half-dead MMOs floating around the internet now.
Mhm. Well, I mean, yeah, on the subject of nostalgia properties, I guess like they've been bringing back like RuneScape, right? So,
Oh man, RuneScape. Yeah, I remember my friend's brother used to be obsessed with RuneScape. And he would never let us use the computer when we wanted to play like other stuff on there. He's like, "No, I'm playing RuneScape." We're like, "Get off. It's our time to use the computer." Cuz they back when you had like one computer in the computer room,
Mhm.
good
Yes.
times. And there was like a
The on-
big ass chair.
Yep. It,
Yep.
it was the only room that could contain the computer. You know,
Yeah.
you had to put the wards all around in draconic around the room.
Yeah.
Circle of salt. You know, just
Very true. Very true. My computer when I was a child was actually the house was built in like the 60s or 70s, so it had mirrored walls and
Oh.
a disco ball and a black tile floor and a bar next to it, and it was our computer room. And it had these like kind of patio doors that opened into it, so it was like an exceptionally cool room because it was like where we got to do our slumber parties, but also had a computer.
That
It was
is
my favorite room in the house. Was not allowed in there very often though. You know, you
I
gotta
could see
ask
why.
permission to go in there. But I mean, it was the disco room. Like it was the coolest place to be,
That
and it had the
is
dial-up computer. Like
that is
Yeah,
absurdly cool.
everyone
That is
remembers the casting time for the ritual to hook up to the internet
oh
and the
yeah.
noise it made.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And like I had all kinds of really cool, crazy ways that I thought helped to like minimize that noise somehow.
Yup.
Even though my mom could still pick up the phone and be like, "Hey, I know what you're doing. You're in the disco
Yeah.
room."
The disco room. That is so cool.
Ugh.
Nah, ours was just like my mom's work office because she had like a work from home business thing, and it was like mauve, and it had like a weird floor protector thing that felt gross on your feet.
Yeah.
And it was a Gateway 2000. I'll never forget. It was the size of a mini fridge.
Oh gosh.
But we did have a second line because my mom needed a second line for just her business phone line. So I was able
Right.
to go on AIM chat with my friends while my mom was talking on the phone because
Girl.
she kind of never shut up.
That's amazing. I definitely was
Yeah.
not that lucky.
It was a very lucky thing because like
Yeah.
she even to this day is always on the phone. So and she'll admit it. Like my mom is probably not watching this, but if she is, I'm always on my phone too, so you can't judge.
yeah.
I just don't talk on it because that's terrible. And why would I want to do that?
Agreed. I like panicked. I called the hotel's like front desk to ask for a late checkout the other day, and I was like, "This is, I gotta like pick up the phone, talk to a human person. Like, I got
Yeah.
this, I got this." And of course, it's like the easiest thing ever. It's a Disney cast member, you know. They're like, "Oh, of course, like anything to make a magic experience," and you're just like, "Okay, thank you, bye." Oh my god, like 45 seconds, and I'm like sweating.
Yeah, it's just a terrible experience when you can just
It is.
like instead you could just like message a chat bot and be like, "Yo, robot,
Right.
what's the
Like,
deal?"
everything else is on your guys' app. You know, I can do
Yeah.
anything on this app you have, and then I cannot ask for a late checkout. I have to actually talk to a human person on a telephone, like, and your telephone even. It can't even be my phone, so I can like comfortably like pace around however I want. It's got to be the home phone. Like, oh
Ooh,
man,
that's bad. Yeah.
It was like that. I was like, I asked my husband to do it. He's like, you know, I don't like talking on the phone. I'm like, who does? Like,
Yeah.
name one person here. The 2-year-old. Like, okay,
2-year-old.
that's gonna work out.
Yeah, have the 2-year-old make the phone call for you.
Right, exactly.
What could possibly
I was
go
like, she
wrong?
would do it. It's just that it will get us nowhere. They'll send someone up to check on us. Like, oh goodness.
It'd be like, "Hi, can I have ice cream?"
right. Exactly.
I want
She's
ice
like,
cream.
Where's Mickey? Where's Mickey
Oh,
Mouse?
yeah, yeah. Hi, is this Mickey? Am I
Right.
talking to Mickey?
Oh goodness.
Yeah. I'm glad that she had fun at Disney. I mean, why wouldn't she? She's the right age for it, so.
the perfect age to not actually ask for expensive things and
Yeah.
to still enjoy everything that happens. So she was like,
Yeah.
"Chocolate? Yeah, I'm set. I'm ready to go." I'm like, "That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, just
Here you go."
get her like a Mickey Mouse shaped pretzel and she'll be happy. Yeah.
Yep. She was stoked. Super happy. She also got to relax in her stroller a lot. So she was like, "Yeah, I just
Nice.
want to relax in my stroller and like, let's go. Easy
Yeah.
peasy."
Meanwhile,
So.
I'm hoping that this summer Florida will be not a disaster zone, hopefully, so I can finally go to Star Wars World.
It was so fun. Oh my gosh.
I'm dying to go, but it's like I don't trust the Floridians. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's why we
Y'all,
went to
Florida.
California. Is
Yeah.
because
No.
we were like, well, at least California is actually wearing their masks.
Yeah.
And
You
like
shouldn't
vaccinating.
trust any
So
state that made a contact sport essential.
right,
Just
yeah, yeah, exactly. So we were very glad to have booked the California trip because I mean, Florida's fun. But it's also interesting.
It's
So
Florida for a reason.
mm-hmm. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
there's a reason we all have a particular image that flashes in our minds when I say the phrase Florida man.
Yup. Yup.
Yep.
True.
Yeah. I mean, it fits well within the context of like American history. Like, if I remember correctly, like Andrew Jackson tried to invade Florida, and Aaron Burr tried to create his own breakaway secession, like Gulf State Republic, headquartered out of
Really?
Florida. I think.
I had
Like,
no idea that happened. Wow.
Oh my god.
there is a very weird history of like Virginia like politicians, slave owning guys being obsessed with stealing Florida from Spain. It's a whole thing,
But there was
Interesting.
a good while there where they thought like the Fountain of Youth was in Florida.
Oh
So
no. Oh
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nah, that's just the Miami Botox clinic.
Yeah. Shout out in the comments, anybody from Florida, feel free to weigh in.
Yeah. Do you know where the Fountain of
Yeah.
Youth is? Is it worth going to? Is the Yelp review for it accurate? You know?
The problem is it's been claimed by the Gators.
Oh, yeah.
It's truly.
Oh, apparently there's a real problem with people feeding gators marshmallows.
Marshmallows of all things?
Yes, marshmallows, and I'm not sure why, but I saw like some sort of weird article pop up on the algorithm that was like, please do not feed the gators marshmallows. It is not good for them. And I'm like,
Just
Yeah.
imagining just a gator like mouth filled with marshmallows, like
yeah, like,
going after a fish.
Happened. So many teeth and no toothbrush. It's
Yeah.
so
oh,
bad.
yeah. And apparently
Yeah.
there's also issues of people disposing of illegal drugs by flushing them and it getting into the water, so you end up with meth gators.
That I've heard of.
Yeah, I think that was like a 2020 thing.
I mean, to add another layer of horror to this, Florida has an invasive snake problem from people getting tropical pets and then releasing them, and they fill
Oh.
the same niche as gators. So they're both high-end predators eating the same things, and they'll target each other. And it's just the size of the creature that'll determine the winner.
So that will like make them evolve even faster.
Mhm.
And who
mean-
knows what the fuck monstrosity they're gonna evolve into, because
Yeah, it like Hawaii, I think, has had some of their islands. They put mongooses as invasive species to try
oh
to
no.
like curb the local fauna population. And the thing about mongooses is they just will eat everything, and then they'll start eating each other. It's,
Oh.
Yeah, invasive snakes are a huge problem on tropical islands. One, because it's really easy to affect the biodiversity of an island. There's just
Yeah.
not a lot of space on there for these animals. And I'm trying to remember. I can't remember the name of the island right now, but there is an island where they have no native bird population anymore because the snakes ate them.
Mhm.
It was actually a big deal at the time because it was a woman scientist who discovered that the snakes were the ones predating it, and nobody believed the research because it came from a woman.
Oh,
For
of course,
while.
of course.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna do some googling. I need to find this now.
Right.
Do
Yeah.
any of you
I
listen
mean,
to the
that's
podcast Ologies? I love it. It's great.
uh,
You should all
yeah,
listen to it.
yeah.
I even you
Hey,
if you're
I
watching
hear
this.
a child. I will be right back, guys.
Okay. Take care of this small child.
Guam. That's what I'm thinking of.
Guam. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure they had some really cool birds there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like real
I mean, just
colorful birds.
Yeah, but the whole thing swung out of balance because they have no bird insect population swung out of balance. Now
Ooh.
they have a spider problem because the spiders gorge themselves on all the insects, and it's
Mhm.
you know.
Damn.
it very much is like kind of it just like the and a lot of this coming back to just
Mhm.
anytime a bunch of guys waving a Union Jack or whatever, we're like, let's just go to the South Pacific and just keep going to islands and just doing whatever
Whatever
we
the
want.
fuck. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, on behalf of the Queen or whatever, and lots of you know uh, animals went extinct that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know.
I spent a lot of time thinking about, you know, how cool it would have been to have like, penguins and stuff or whatever the northern version of penguins are in like Maine that used to live there.
Mhm.
Like that would be cool as fuck. But no, people fucking killed them.
Yeah. I
I
think
mean,
that
that's what happened to the dodo. The
Yum.
dodo didn't fail because of nature. It failed because it was too slow and we hunted it.
Because dodos
yeah,
don't have guns and we do.
Yeah.
yeah,
If the dodos had guns, you see, this could have been averted. Hashtag arm the dodos.
the second Dodo Amendment, but
Yes.
they
Yeah.
didn't pass it. Not they
Yeah,
didn't get.
the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a dodo with a gun.
Yeah, a bad. Was it the Dutch who killed the dodos? If I
I
remember
think so.
correctly?
Yeah, I think it was the Dutch.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, it is one
It's
of those things like
yeah.
going back to Christopher Lee. I think one time it might be an apocryphal quote, but where he associated what happens to like the protagonist in The Wicker Man, who's a representation of like the British crown, as an officer of the law and whatnot. Not in spoilers for The Wicker Man, I guess. Where you find out, the whole thing is a ruse to actually catch the protagonist as a instead of the missing person or whatever. But where Chris really described it as like a reenactment, like of basically Captain Cook being captured by the Hawaiians, and finally his reign of terror throughout the South Pacific ending.
I can see it. I can see that.
Yeah, you love to see it. Well, that was on Valentine's Day, right? Where Captain Cook was finally caught trying to overthrow the Hawaiian kingdom, right?
I don't know. I'm not as much of a history nerd.
Yeah, I follow just random podcasts like the Revolutions podcast I've been listening
Oh
to quite
yeah,
a bit.
yeah. I have
Especially
that one,
like
but I haven't listened to it that much.
yeah, the Haitian Revolution one in particular is really fascinating. Like
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
from the context of U.S. history, like looking at the Haitian Revolution and the subsequent revolutions throughout Latin America, like the Bolivarian revolutions, like very much shows the United States as being like sort of the odd one out of these breakaway former colonies.
Yeah.
And not maybe not in the best ways, maybe in the worst ways.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Lately, what podcasts have I been listening to a lot? Earlier today, I was just listening to Hidden Brain. Hidden Brain is always great.
Mhm.
Bit basic, but good.
Yeah, and, live play or let's play podcasts, or like Spout Lore is a lot of fun. Really, obviously, really loved like the first Adventure Zone, like balance arc.
Yeah, that one is so good. I have to get caught up with like the latest one.
Yeah,
it's like an underwater one.
Yeah, they've
Yeah, that's exciting.
Sorry.
Oh, the underwater one that they're doing. That one seems cool.
Yeah, it was like I think the last one I really followed was the Monster of the Week one, and I sort of dropped off, and I need to probably pick back up. So
Yeah, I
that's
started
probably what five campaigns back.
probably, yeah. Like I started listening to that one, but then I switched to a different podcast, and then I forgot what happened on that podcast, and I had to re-listen to it from the beginning, and I just didn't bother to do that. That's
Yeah.
happened to me with so many shows, so many podcasts. It's like I get distracted, and I listen to something new, and then I forget what happened.
That's me in any of my hobbies. I'll
Oh,
pick
yeah.
something up, get halfway through it, and then find the new shiny thing. And
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I have so many things I've dabbled in that it's like, okay, I have stuff from that hobby, stuff from that hobby. I had to finish
Yeah.
making that lamp, so all those months of lamp making that I spent don't go to waste. It looks like a giant D20. It's going to be so cool.
nice.
I just have to polish it, but I don't want to polish it because that takes a lot of effort and makes a big mess. Don't want to do it.
Oh, how's the harp going?
Good, good. I got new Dremel bits for it, so that way I can, like, cut out the wood a lot faster. Because I was using sanding Dremel bits instead of carving Dremel bits. So I had to change the sanding drum, like, every minute and a half. I was like, this is not working. So I was like, okay, $14, carving Dremel bit, sold. And it's kind of terrifying, the Dremel bit I got. It looks like a mace. It's all spiky. And I'm like, if I were to touch it against my hand by accident, my hand would probably fall off because this thing is terrifying. So always use protection when you're woodworking. But it is making the work go a lot faster. So I'm probably going to work on that tonight. Yeah.
Through a series of unfortunate events, I had a drum glance off of my glasses at one point. I'm like, oh, did I knock my glass? That,
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I always wear like safety goggles over my glasses, and I have a mask that I wear for the dust, the sawdust. But now my whole apartment smells like
with a line in my lens for a good 6 months after that point.
well, better on your lens than on your face.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, my glasses. Oh gosh, I need to update my prescription. It's good to be in a glasses crew, though. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got new glasses, and I swear my new prescription was so strong that I could see into the ethereal plane. Like, I was like, oh my god, I can see things.
Yeah.
And then I had like a migraine for 2 days because my eyes were like adjusting to it and not having it. Because I had the same pair of glasses for like 3 or 4 years. So it was a rude awakening. And then after like a year and a half, 2 years of living in front of a computer, I knew my vision had went to shit, but I didn't realize how shit my vision got until I got my new glasses. I'm like, holy balls, I can't see out of my old glasses anymore. Which is a shame because my old glasses were really cute.
Yeah, I got these in the last couple months, and my prescriptions changed so severely that I didn't used to have this jog that happens, this visual bending of light with my lenses in my last prescription. It's a new experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, like working from home since the pandemic, like I've just found it an absolute necessity to just have blue light blocker on just every device.
Yeah. I just got these with blue light blocker, and my work computer, I've had the blue blocker on for ages, and it helps my eyes so much. Like, I thought it was a gimmick, but it actually helps.
I went from having a migraine every 2 weeks to I haven't had one since I got this pair.
Nice. Yeah.
That's awesome. I don't need glasses, but I actually just found my old eye patch. So a year ago, I hit myself in the eye on accident, obviously, with a metal rod. I was moving a drawer with filing cabinet like liners on it, and it came off and hit me directly in this eye, and now I have like a forced astigmatism the opposite direction. My eye like concaves right in the dead center.
Oh.
and I was taking a physical for work the next day.
Oh
And I
no.
couldn't, I had like, 2400 vision. I couldn't see out of this eye almost at all.
Damn.
And it still has never returned to normal. And I'm like scared to go to an eye doctor because I've never needed anything, but I don't know what they do for that. It's still like,
don't know.
everything's like starry on that side, and like light is reflected really strangely, and it doesn't see really as good as it used to.
Yeah, I mean, they
don't
might.
hit yourself in the eye with metal rods. It's not
Yeah.
10 for 10. Do not recommend. Uh,
Yeah.
it's a terrible experience.
I'm having a panic for you right now. Jesus.
At the
Yeah,
time,
that
I was
sounds
in
terrible.
my house moving with a 1-year-old too. I mean, I had
Oh.
a baby, and it was just me and her, and I was like, I'm gonna die. Like my eye is gonna fall out, and I'm gonna die. Like I
Yeah.
couldn't see anything. I was just in sheer panic mode. And it was like watering, but I couldn't see anything. So I'm like, is that blood? Like what is
Oh
this?
no.
Like, and so finally, I kind of like, because it hurt my head so bad that finally the other eye came back too from like the trauma of just the head
Okay.
injury. And I was like, okay, we're just crying. We still have one good eye. Like, oh my God, she's still napping. Like, it's fine. But like, I went to a doctor right away, and she was just like, oh God, they had to like scrape it and put a contact on it, and they did it 4 times to try and make
Damn.
the surface like round itself back out. It was a horrible experience. Like,
Yeah.
they're like, so we take this sandpaper and we put it directly against your eyeball and we rub it on there, and I was like, maybe don't tell me what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, just do as
Just
you
do what you need to
I will-
do. Knock me out with the
Anything
good
that-
stuff, you know?
Yeah, I was like, why would you explain that to somebody? Like,
Yeah.
I understand that. Like,
Anything involving eyes is just the worst. You're aware of it. Just you can't
they,
not
like,
look at
stared
it.
at me like while I do this to you, and I was like, oh my God, please don't. Stop talking.
That's the thing that stopped me from looking into LASIK is that you have to see it.
Yeah, it was a weird
Mm.
experience for sure. And then they're like, okay, we're gonna do this like every week, for a couple weeks to try and get this to like heal properly as best we can. And I was like, cool, at least I have something to look forward to, I guess. Like, I'll be here every week having my eye scraped. Like, awesome. It was very strange experience. And naturally, of course, I go to that physical for work, and they wrote me a note, thank goodness, that they're like, this is a temporary visual impairment or whatever, like,
Yeah.
so I got the job still, but it was
Okay,
it was
okay.
crazy. It was super weird.
I'm sure you looked really
No.
cool with an eye patch, though.
Oh, it was great. I actually, like I said, I found it the other day, and my friend was hilariously going to the medieval Renaissance festival, and she was dressing as a pirate, and I was like, I have a real eye patch. Would you like that instead of that little teensy, like, little silly one? And she's like,
Yeah.
actually, that'd be great. Like, it'll stay on better.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was an interesting experience. My first couple weeks at work with like an eye patch on, they were like, "Hi, are you the girl we interviewed the other day?" I'm like, yeah.
Hi, matey, I am.
Tricked ya.
Oh God.
It was
No,
interesting.
see, I've had astigmatism my entire life. I didn't realize other people didn't see light auras and streaks everywhere. It's just
Yeah. I lived
Yeah.
a long time that way, and now I certainly feel your pain. Like I said, and that's they were like, well, this is how it is now. Like, that's really, there's nothing you can really do about it, and it's like concaved. It's the opposite direction that it usually is. So there's like really nothing you can do about it. So yeah, it's an interesting life. Driving at night is a lot more different than it was years ago. I
yeah.
certainly do that is a weird experience to drive with everything having like that
because
weird
it's
aura
like
around it.
living in time lapse photos.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't believe I used to like cross my eyes on like the Christmas trees as a kid for fun. Like, now it drives me insane. I'm like, oh my God,
Yeah.
this is not fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
My eyes
man.
are very, very sensitive to light.
Mm.
So, like, I have, like, this is the brightest room in my apartment right now, and it has only one light bulb. And when I go out, I have to wear, like, polarized sunglasses, and sometimes if that's not enough, I wear, like, a full face shield over the sunglasses that's, like, tinted, so.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the sun, I don't like light. Hashtag drow problems, I guess. But it's like, my eyes just don't like it. No. So I'm looking into getting those like pink tinted glasses that supposedly can help with photosensitivity. They're made for people with migraines, but apparently they can help with light sensitive eyes too. I don't know. So we'll see.
I hope they
We'll
work
see.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Right, I didn't get glasses until fifth grade or so, and I definitely needed them. We just didn't notice because I was nearsighted. So everything
Oh.
near me, I could see, I could read, I could interact, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But I couldn't read signs in a fast food place. I didn't realize that other people could see individual leaves on trees. I
Yes.
just, I just assumed everybody saw this like impressionist, painting of
Yeah.
color, and
It's
it's
like a
just
little
it's
blurry
humans.
thing. Yeah. Yeah, I got glasses in like 7th or 8th grade, but both my parents need glasses, and my mom's vision has always been really bad. So every year they would take me like, "Yeah, your vision's not bad enough that you would need glasses." And then eventually they were like, "Yeah, you finally need glasses." Okay, we all saw this coming.
No, right about at the time that we were discovering I needed them, I had a teacher who the term wasn't applied then. She was a boomer, and she literally came up to me in class and was complaining about not being able to read the board. And she stood next to me and looked at the board and went, "Well, I can read it."
Oh God.
I,
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So great.
There's layers to unpack there. Just
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Wow.
ridiculous.
no, just new parents out there, you have options when it comes to teachers. Okay, at any point, if your student is struggling, you can ask for an IEP in this country, and they
Yeah.
have to provide it. You just
Yeah. Oh, it's
Yep.
a much different place for sure. My little brother, he's an autistic individual, and
hey.
when he was in kindergarten, his teacher insisted he was right-handed.
Oh
Right-handed.
no.
And made him write with his right hand. And when he would come home, he'd write with his left hand. And slowly into that year, this was, my mother had had many children and never had this kind of struggle, I guess, as like a parent. And he hadn't been diagnosed yet. We knew
Yeah.
he was an interesting character for sure. We just,
Yeah.
he was never diagnosed. And so this teacher had been forcing him to write with his right hand. At home, he's left-handed. So we just think everything is like slow because he's having a hard time learning. First grade, they diagnose him with autism, and he's talking to his new kind of like helper teacher or whatever they were called at the time, para or something. And he's like, "Well, I really just don't like writing at school, but at home it's fine." And she's like kind
Yeah.
of trying to figure out what he means by that. Sure enough, he's left-handed. And at school, he just thinks the only way you're allowed to write at school is with your right hand.
That's so
because that's what his
damaging.
teacher told him.
That is so
And it
damaging.
actually set him back so much further than he already was because he's
Yeah.
already dyslexic and he already has a hard time with letters and putting
Yeah.
everything together.
Gosh,
and
the
so
poor
he
kid.
just wouldn't write.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they tell him he's autistic, And I swear, a change that year, like the smartest kid ever, he's like, "Oh, I'm autistic. I can't write." And I'm like, "No, no, no. Like, you've been writing at home with me." I'm like, I'm almost 10 years older than him. So I'm like, "You've been writing and reading at home with me for years. Like, we've been practicing." He's like, "Oh, no, I'm autistic. I can't do things like that." I'm like, what?" And I mean, the whole experience for those 2 years where they, like, don't recognize it. They're making him write with his right hand. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh, honey, you can't because you're autistic." And he's like, "You're right. Look at little old me, just gonna have to play with clay, I guess." And sure enough, like his first grade teacher just kind of let him do whatever he wanted. He was like, "Oh, he's autistic, he can't." And I was like, "What is wrong with you people? Like, he is a capable young man who just
Yeah.
wanted to write with his left hand and learn just like the rest
Yeah.
of everybody. And now you've got him convinced that he doesn't have to do anything." Like, oh my, it was the strangest thing. So thank goodness
Wow.
the following year, my mom kind of finally came on board and was like, all right, IEP, who's the teacher who's actually good at dealing with this? Like, how do we kind of move into the future here so he can be a functional person? Like, there's no reason to treat him like he can't do anything, you know? It was just heartbreaking. And, like, I was like 12. Well, okay, I was a little older. I was like 15, I guess, 15, 16. And, I'm like watching him like digress as he goes into elementary school. And I was like, what
They're
is
not doing their
happening?
job. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy to see, I mean, I was just like, okay, he wasn't good at those things, sure, but like he was learning, he was progressing, and then all of a sudden he's just kind of like, I don't know, I'm autistic, like I can't help you. And I was like, who told you that? Who told you that you can't do anything because of what you struggle with, Like that's no reason for that. And I mean, it took years to get past all that. Like it was crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm so
It's
glad
amazing how people misunderstand autism. They always think of the worst possible case,
Oh,
but it really is a spectrum, and
yeah,
all
a
of
huge
us have
spectrum.
different struggles.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like
yeah,
it could just be like
100%.
a kid who's kind of socially challenged but academically is fine to somebody who's
Exactly.
struggling a lot
Oh, yeah.
academically and socially.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, and
no.
I think
I was testing as in school as academically gifted. I was reading at a
Same.
college
Yeah.
level, doing really well on paper.
Mhm.
But when it came to interacting with other people, I could not.
Same.
I shut
Yeah.
down. I was selectively mute.
Right. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. For
Oh, yeah,
me,
it's a
I
huge
just
spectrum.
I was just like I just didn't care. I just wanted to draw instead. I was like, I'm just gonna draw instead of deal with people.
Right. Yeah.
No, I was diagnosed back when they were still using Asperger's as a diagnosis.
Oh, yeah.
But it's been folded in now with
Yeah.
everything
Right.
else.
Yeah, the new DSM is updated. Yeah. And my diagnosis is kind of weird, kind of a little up in the air in terms of what exactly it is. Technically, I have a they call it nonverbal learning disability, which is kind of the new term for what used to be PDD-NOS. But I also have ADHD and sensory processing, so altogether it kind of is the same as autism, capital A, but I don't know, it's weird. Diagnostics are weird.
Right.
Like, in general.
Yeah,
They're like,
there's a
they're
bit
like,
of overlap.
yeah, they're like,
Sorry.
yeah, there's like 3 different things we could put on your chart. It all just comes down to what we put down for the insurance. I'm like, okay.
Right.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
for me, it was a big thing trying to get a handle on ADHD and executive dysfunction and
Yeah.
anxiety and as well as like gender dysphoria, like growing up with my family, especially in the evangelical community. That was didn't really even get diagnosed with anything until I went to college, and just suddenly it was like the rug was pulled out from under me in my first semester because I'm at a level where I can't just get by pretending to be neurotypical and cis.
Yeah.
And
Right.
Yeah, like looking back in school, I should have been diagnosed with stuff way earlier than I was. But, my grades were okay. But it's like I spent literally all of my classes sleeping or drawing. But I somehow managed to pass. And it's like, did they not see that was ADHD? Did they not?
Right. Oh, I think sometimes they see it, and it's just so much easier to not fill out the paperwork if your parents aren't complaining, and you're kind of just scraping by. I mean, that's exactly how I was too. I was so easygoing that they were like, "Oh, well, you're not complaining. Your mom's not complaining, so we're just gonna keep passing you, and we're just gonna hope for the best. Like, good luck with your future."
Yeah, this is
The other
fine.
thing is that they're not allowed to armchair diagnose a child. So unless the parent is the one pushing for, hey, how do I help in this situation? There's really not much the teacher can do.
Yeah.
Oh. Ugh, so crazy.
Yeah,
So
my mom
crazy.
is a speech therapist who specializes in treating kids who are like learning disabled or on the autism spectrum. And so, like, when she saw that I was born really, really premature, she was still like hopped up on all the pregnancy, childbirth, painkiller drugs. She was like, the kid's gonna need OT and speech and PT. So I did get those accommodations, but because I was born really damn early and really damn tiny.
Yeah. I
But
was
in
also
school,
born
I had
really damn
nothing.
early, really damn tiny.
Yay! 2 pounds 1 ounce here.
I was 2 pounds 6 ounces. I have a twin sister. She was the chonky, or I guess I was the chonky one. We weighed 6 pounds together.
Oh.
So,
Wow.
all emergency C sections.
Oh, yep. I was a C-section baby. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, my mom had what is that? It's not septicemia. It's
Preeclampsia.
preeclampsia. Yeah, she had severe preeclampsia, and
Oof.
me and my sister. Well, my sister was actually in the hospital for a very long time. She had blood in her spinal fluid and an
Oh,
intestinal
no.
infection.
Yeesh.
We both had severe jaundice, and just yeah, we were. It was pretty crazy. We were due in February. We were born in November.
Wow. Yeah, I was supposed to be born in late June. I was born in late April.
Oh, hey, April baby.
Yeah, I'm a Taurus though, not a Gemini, not a Aries.
Aries.
Yeah,
No,
I can tell.
My mom woke up and I turned over to my dad, said, "It's time." My dad went, "Ha, I know what day it is." That is the wrong answer. So I'm an April Fool's baby.
Oh, of course you
Oh,
are.
that's funny. That's goodness. That's funny.
Now, Megan, did your mom know that she was going to be having twins, or were you like, oh, I got one, and I asked for one, and I got
Yeah.
two?
Yeah, she did know that we were twins.
Okay.
She was wildly uncomfortable and overly
Oof.
big from the start, and she's like,
Yeah.
something is afoot. She's got 6 sisters, so she's like, I've seen lots of pregnancies before.
Yeah.
And then they found out that we were twins, and she actually was like at risk for preeclampsia, like pretty
Yeah.
much the entire pregnancy. And so they had her under kind of watch, and yeah, just it progressed and got worse, there right at the holiday. We were born on Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And so yeah, they were just like, okay, this everyone's gonna die if we don't do something about this. So they had an emergency C-section. Yeah. So yeah, and then when I had a baby, I was like, oh man, I broke my back and my hip previously, and then my mom has all these horror stories about being pregnant. And so when my daughter was born, when I was pregnant, I was like panicking. I was having ocular migraines all the time, and like
Oh
I was
no. Yeah.
gigantic, and like my gums were bleeding constantly, and I was like, something terrible's gonna happen. Sure enough, nope, she showed up 4 days late. I had completely unmedicated birth. It was just a all
Oh,
natural
damn.
birth, but I was in labor for 3 days. I had
Fuck.
actual contractions for 3 days before she came. So it was overall best case scenario for sure. But I was panicking the whole time. I was like, my mom's never had a smooth pregnancy. Like up my
Yeah.
back, I can't even I don't know what they would do. I mean, my entire lumbar is like covered in like scar tissue.
Oh.
So I was worried that they wouldn't even actually be able to successfully give me anything in the spine because all my back is like kind of compressed on each other down there. I compressed everything under my rib cage down. I lost
Wow.
like an inch and a half in height, like in
Oh my
heartbeat.
God.
So yeah,
Wow.
it was an interesting day for sure. I fell off a roof. I fell about 14 feet onto my butt, and so I just compressed my entire lumbar.
Oh.
And they called it a perfect break because I didn't have to have any surgery. Everything just like alternated in this kind of weird
Oh.
triangular fashion. And they were like, I mean, if you're gonna do it, do it right. You've got
You-
no paralysis, and we don't have to give you surgery. So
You rolled a nat 20 on your con save. Congratulations.
100%, like 100%. I tried to stand up. My neighbor was like, no, like you're not going anywhere. I was like all hopped up on adrenaline. I'm like, I'm fine. He's like, no, you are not okay. Like you are gonna stay right here until the ambulance shows up, ma'am. Like
Okay, so found the barbarian. Falls off roof. This is fine.
right, and like I'm just like ready to go to work. I was like, no, my boss called me in. Like I need to go to work, sir. He's
Oh my God.
like, I don't think so.
Wow.
Oh man, yeah, it was an interesting day. And like I said, then of course I was so nervous when I found out that I was pregnant and, me and my husband had decided we are gonna go forward with it. I was like, how is this gonna happen? Like, how do you have a a baby when you've previously broken your spine and your hip. Like, this is going to be intriguing for sure. And then I broke my foot while I was pregnant.
Oof.
And just, yeah, it was...
As if pregnant
feet
were not bad enough.
Right. As if it's so easy to already walk, right?
Yeah.
And then just, like,
well,
break
hey,
your
if your
foot,
feet are
falling out
gonna
of your
hurt,
spine
I
all the
mean,
time.
yeah, I mean, if your feet are gonna
You
hurt
might as
at
well.
some point, yeah, you know.
Go full boat, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was
Damn.
an intriguing experience for sure.
Yeah, it's easier to just, you know, get a dog. Saves a lot of
Right.
pain,
Oh.
a lot of trouble.
Tell me about it. And take a dog to Disney. It's so much less expensive. Let me tell you. Oh goodness, yeah. So it was crazy.
Yeah. Next week I'm gonna be visiting Cape Cod with my parents, so I have to go out of my way to drop the puppy off at one of my friends' houses to puppy sit, and it's my first time like leaving her someplace that's not my parents' house, so I'm like really anxious. She's 5 years old and she's like never been left with like somebody who's not us. So I mean, she's a really chill dog. She's really low maintenance. All she does is sleep and eat sweet potato chips. Like she's a couch potato. But like I'm still like so worried because she's so tiny and dumb.
Okay, the mom worry never goes away. You
Yeah.
know?
I'm like, she's
My best friend
tiny.
leaves her dog with me every once in a while, and like, you know, I mean, I've known the dog for 12 years, and she still
Aw.
gets nervous when she leaves her for 2 days. I'm like, it's okay. It's your baby. It's your floof ball. Like, you gotta be nervous about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Coco will be fine, but it's like I'm more worried about like what if she has really bad separation anxiety and doesn't stop barking, because that's a realistic situation. Because ever since I started working from home, she's been like 8 pounds of pure anxiety when I leave. Like I could hear her barking all the way in the elevator on the 3rd floor, and I'm like, oh no, you barked this whole time, didn't you? And she's tiny, but she's one of those like annoying ass tiny yappy dogs that's bark just booms and echoes. Like she's half Yorkie.
Yeah.
She's half Yorkie, and her yapping proves it.
I've told you about all of the Dachshund Yorkie pigs my parents have.
Oh, yeah, with the Yoda ears.
Yes, with Yoda ears fully posable. But she can solve like food puzzles. You know, you can hide it and she's fine. She'll also try to eat sunlight though, and
That's a talent, though. I mean, really.
The dog is
8. Oh, she's all of about 8 pounds, and has no sense of self-preservation at all. I took her to the beach recently, and she ran straight into the ocean. Didn't slow down at all.
Oh, I love it.
I love her.
Yes.
She's pure joy. Also,
love it.
Stevie, my sibling texted me and they wanted me to tell you that you're beautiful.
Oh. Yeah. Woke up like this. You know.
Oh, must be tough. Stop.
Hashtag woke up like this. But yeah, I'm worried about the doggy yapping the whole time. I mean, usually if you scoop her up and hold her, she'll shoosh a little bit.
Wish we had a doggo. We rent. So trying to wait until we own a little piece of property to be a little more stable for a dog, you know.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. It's an expensive world out here in Denver, Colorado, so yeah, maybe one day.
I'm sure that the rent isn't the only thing that's high.
Oh no. Oh no. It's everybody and everything, that's for sure.
But yeah, so I kind of rolled a nat 20 on my apartment. My
Yeah.
apartment is rent controlled.
Oh, wow.
It is
There
a
you go.
2-bedroom apartment for way less than a studio would be anywhere in the city.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, but It's rent controlled.
Whatever. I mean, yeah. If you got a good deal though, you got a couple extra bucks to transport yourself places.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, the Metro card is $2.75 no matter where you're going. So it's really
Right.
just a matter of how long it takes. But when you have
Right.
such a massive podcast backlog to listen to, it's really not an
Right.
issue. As long as my headphones don't break and my battery doesn't die and my battery charger doesn't die, it's all good.
Right. I love it.
I mean, unless the train decides to be a butt, which for a long time, God, it was not running after 5 p.m. or 7 p.m. and it was not running on weekends.
Oh gosh.
So I could not do anything. It left me stranded. And it was like that until pretty much the start of quarantine. And then quarantine left me stranded. So I'm like,
Right.
fuck, I just want to have like a somewhat semblance of a social life. I am trying here. I am trying to
Right.
socialize, okay? And it's like the universe wants me to be a weird shut-in.
Oh, love it.
Let's see if Coco
I don't know.
wants
I had
to
to
get
work through the entire pandemic, and I work pretty far away from my house, so I was driving the whole time, and I forgot what it was like when everyone was out, and so the last couple months have been really awful because I moved further away from my work during the pandemic, and I thought, oh, this drive is fine. It's like 25 minutes. It's like no big deal. And now that everyone's back on the road again, sometimes it takes me an hour and a half to get to work.
Oh,
And
damn.
I'm like, boy, we could really just use everybody to just stay home again. That would be really cool.
Yeah, yeah. I am not looking forward to commuting back to the office. I mean, as a commute itself, it's not too long. It's like 45 minutes to an hour. And I just have to go to Penn Station. But it's like, it's more the crowds on the subway because I don't trust these people. Like,
Oh, no.
on the subway, I double mask. I don't trust them. And double masking also covers the subway stink a little bit better.
Yeah.
Like, Penn Station will never smell good, but at least wearing 2 masks can filter some of it out.
Right.
Yeah, I got lucky. My work completely converted over to work from home. I'm not going back.
Nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. My husband's work did the same thing. They actually got rid of a bunch of their offices. They only owned one of the buildings anyway, so they're like, screw renting properties for you guys. Like, you've been doing great at home anyway, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we're
Full
probably
conversion.
just going to be going into the office 1 to 2 days a week for like major creative meetings or whatever.
Yeah.
But beyond
Have some
that,
fun.
they seem fine with us being remote. So I just have to decide like, do I want to get a monthly Metro card or is it cheaper to pay by the swipe?
Right.
Because now it's like a whole gray area. It's making me do math and I hate it.
No.
So, but we're confirmed to be remote at least through November. So
I wish I could do remote.
you
I
said
think I
that you
told
work
guys
with
I work,
cars.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a automotive repair facility, so you can't really work on cars from a distance, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's so cool that you work with cars.
And that's only booming, now that everyone turned their car on for the first time the other day, they were like,
Oh, yeah.
no, my car doesn't work anymore. I'm like, did you drive it this year? They're like, no.
Oh,
Well,
yep. That's
the first
actually
thing we're
what
supposed to
killed
do.
my grandma's '91 Camry.
Yeah.
It wasn't the use that killed it. It was the fact that my grandma was too afraid to drive for several years that killed it. If she would have used it
exactly
all
what we
those
did.
times, yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is why I'm still holding off on getting my first car. Is I was going to do it before the pandemic, but I'm here and
Right.
Yeah.
I don't go anywhere. So
Yeah, a lot of the vehicles we work on are like German vehicles, and they're super expensive to maintain and repair already. And all these people got these lovely little diesel Jettas and stuff before the pandemic. And talk about a car that really needs to be driven is a diesel. I mean,
Yeah.
those things need to go. And these people are like, well, yeah, I've been driving it to 7-Eleven down the street, once a week. And I'm like, well, you have to replace this incredibly expensive particulate filter, and you have all these problems because like it's been leaking DEF fluid. Like I don't know what you did
Oh.
here, but you made it mad. Sir, I'm
Wow.
really sorry. So
Yeah, I
it's
am.
it's been interesting for sure.
Don't mind me, but I had actually been looking at specifically a Jetta before the pandemic.
Oh.
They're
Just
so
like,
cute and they're so lovely though. Like just take care of
Yeah.
it. I just urge you to change your oil on time and to drive that thing like it wants to be driven. Remember, they're Autobahn vehicles. Like
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, as a former Jetta owner, also make sure to check on anytime you think there might be a problem with the transmission. There probably
check
is.
it
So,
immediately.
Ah.
That's
mhm.
exactly the thing. I mean, German cars really they're
Mhm.
heavy on upkeep, but they will keep going if you do it. It's just they're very needy girls. I think I told you guys I have a Volkswagen myself, and her name is Karen because she is just a very needy bee, and she's always trying to talk to my manager. She's always trying to go above my head, and I'm like, no, ma'am, you need to just be quiet and keep driving. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but I've got, I mean, almost 200,000 miles on an '06 Volkswagen,
Nice.
so.
Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, you see, my family is pretty loyal to our Japanese cars. Toyotas,
Yeah.
Hondas. We even had a
It's
Mazda
an
that
excellent
got
brand
like
to be loyal to.
250. Yeah. Like Toyotas and Hondas can't kill them.
Oh, yeah. No, no.
My
No,
my family has no loyalty. We have a little Suzuki Samurai. There's a Volkswagen Rabbit. We don't care.
no. That's okay. That's okay, too. Cars are
Mhm.
cars, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
Although I don't drive anymore because I'm in the city, and it is so nice to not have to worry about parking and maintaining it and paying insurance. Like for a while,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, I'll keep the car. I have parking here in a parking lot. It's not
Right.
too expensive, and I might need it. I might want to, I don't know, drive to Westchester for a day. Did I
Right.
ever drive to fucking Westchester? No. Why would I do that?
Not once. Oh, I love it.
So yeah, that car was on its last wheel anyway. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Goodness.
so it ended up kind of. I had to wish it goodbye.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah.
It's fine.
His name was Carlos, with car,
Oh.
capital Carlos.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm one of those
It was
weirdos who
Ghost
names
car.
my car.
So I name all my cars too. We've got a Honda Element, so there's like the box, you know, her name is Boxy Cleopatra. Um,
Nice.
and then of course Karen,
Yeah.
my old white bitch. I love her dearly, but
No, don't have a car. Have a bike I love though. So
Oh, nice.
there you go.
I never learned how to ride a bike. Actually, that's a lie. I was able to kind of ride, but I didn't know how to stop, so I would just fall.
Oh,
that's
So-
okay. My fiance, he doesn't know how to ride a bike. He can't float in a pool. He's just okay. My fiance, we went swimming once. Okay, he tried to float, and you've got the plane of the water, and you've got him kind of like a this. He's not vertical and he's not horizontal. He landed in that 45-degree zone and just
Okay.
made the saddest whimper noise. And just, I never asked him to do it again. Just
Now, is he like really ripped or something? Like positively muscular?
no.
Okay, because my
I
cousin is
can't-
like a
I
muscle
can't explain
dude,
what happened.
and he can't float either because he does not have enough body fat to stay afloat. He sinks because he is so solidly muscle. It is kind of terrifying.
oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
No, I can't explain what happened. Me, I'm an otter. I'll swim
Yeah.
and float, and it's the happiest place I can be. Just
I'm not a huge fan of swimming. Kind of freaks me out a little. I took swimming lessons as a kid. I can swim. I just choose not to.
I think I love swimming because I'm from a landlocked state, and so
yeah.
the ocean was like the biggest dream for me, you know, because when you're a little kid in Colorado, it's all just like drought, fires, and pine trees. And like you're just like, I want water. I just want all the water in the world to be here with me. And so I love swimming, but I don't go nearly enough because it's just, I don't know, something
yeah,
that we
I'm in the
don't.
middle of the desert. We get drought, fires, and sand.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, swimming is exactly like the opposite of, when I was a little kid, I was like, the ocean, I am a mermaid. Like,
yeah,
have I ever seen the ocean? No, but I'm sure I belong there.
no, it's 120 in the shade. I
Yeah,
want to be in the water.
exactly. Exactly. So I'm right there with you. It's just, I love swimming. I just don't do nearly enough of it.
Hmm.
Same, yeah.
I build more igloos in a year than I than I go swimming.
Yeah. I I used to do a lot of like playing in the snow as a kid. We got like some really good snow. Doesn't snow like that anymore. Damn
Yeah,
global
it
warming.
snowed great here one time last year, and I mean, it snowed like 3 feet.
Yeah.
And my work called off. They were like, "All right, we're gonna have a day," and so I took the baby out and just chucked her out there, and we literally built an igloo. Like I took
Nice.
out a big old square Tupperware and made like ice blocks, and we just partied the whole day. She was building tiny snowmen and then hugging them until they fell apart, and then she was like
What?
crying that they fell apart. It was the
Baby!
sweetest thing. It
I
was so
love
precious. She's
her.
like putting like dirt on top of them too. She's like in hats and faces, and like it was the cutest thing. Oh my
That is so
gosh.
cute.
It was so sweet. I was so glad she got a really good snowstorm. Like the first year she was really walking and moving and talking like that because it was just so precious. Oh my god. And it does not do that very often here anymore. When I was a kid it would do it almost once a year it felt like, but it's been a long time since we got a really good snowstorm like that. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I thought
it's
that it was just
awesome.
because when I was, a kid, I was obviously a lot shorter, so everything seemed a lot taller.
I thought so
But
too.
but no, the snow has actually literally just gone to shit.
Yeah, it really has. Like I said, that was the first time it's done that in a long time, and I was impressed. I mean, and I was talking to my parents about it because I thought I was like just a really short kid too. I was like, maybe I was just so tiny.
Yeah.
I thought everything was a big snow. My mom was like,
Yeah.
no. Like, they
Yeah,
used
my
to
parents
close
said
their
the same thing.
school 2 or 3 times a year,
Yeah.
like, no.
Yeah, we
It's
would
just
use all our
global
snow
warming.
days. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah. So crazy. So crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's even like that down here, though. We get these wonderful rolling thunderstorms.
Yes.
Really, it hasn't been anything about.
Yeah. Oh, I miss thunderstorms.
Hmm.
I love
Yeah, we used to get
thunderstorms.
rain once a day in Denver with thunder, and like that's certainly completely gone. Like,
Hmm. Yeah, we
We
we get the, like, roiling thunder, sheets of rain during monsoon.
hmm
It's just hasn't been much of anything.
yeah, so
yeah,
crazy.
we
Stevie,
have
where are you located at?
Oh, around the Kansas City area. So, you know,
So,
hashtag
turn.
Midwest.
Yes, the
yes.
yeah. It's kind of the Anton like Rubinstein, or was it Artur Rubinstein? I forget the famous quote of the Russians consider me a German, the Germans consider me a Russian, the classicals consider me a futurist, and so on. Uh, uh, because he was both, wearing the hat of
Yeah.
being a pianist, a composer, and everything.
Yeah.
But
Right.
between the planes, like
Yeah.
Midwestern discourse about where the planes fall, where the land just turns into, something as flatter than most pancakes.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Meanwhile, I grew up like in upstate New York where it was nothing but mountains and hills. Like it was pretty much the Shire.
yeah,
And when I visited some cousins in Tennessee, some of the land we drove through was so flat that I legit thought that I was seeing things wrong.
Oh yeah. I drove through Kansas in the middle of the night a couple months ago. I went to get my little brother from Florida and help him drive back to Denver. And of course, all the night driving is somehow what I ended up with. I don't
Oh,
know how that happened.
lovely.
I'm
But
sorry.
Kansas, he's asleep. We're in Kansas in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, only car on the road, and I'm seeing mountains and deer and like all this stuff that I know doesn't exist. And I know I'm not asleep, I'm just hallucinating because of the pitch black flatness of
Oh,
everything.
damn.
Mm.
I was going insane. I mean, I turned on like some what I put on like Modest Mouse or something really funky and like
Yeah.
hallucinatory too. Like it's this
Oh,
90s Modest
no.
Mouse, and I was like, my God. I'm like asleep right now. Like, oh my god. I like pulled
Yeah.
over to the gas station and woke him up. I was like, I just need you to like, do I look good? Do I look good?
Wow.
I mean, there's a
that's-
reason, like, I don't remember where Modest Mouse is from, but like the scene that they're a part of in a lot of the bands, like your Braid or
Yeah.
Captain Jazz or whatever. It's like
Uh-huh.
there's a reason why they all came from like that I-70 corridor, like somewhere between like Kansas City and Champaign and all the way to Chicago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, love it.
You should write horror stories, because the way you described that, it was like very, like,
Yeah.
I'd read it.
There's
was
an
a vibe.
amazing Open Mike Eagle song about called Idaho, where he's talking about that driving and being far too tired to be on the road, and just everything in the desert turning into some sort of bizarre mirage representing all of like all of his insecurities and all of the perceived failings he's had, in terms of his relationships and the mounting fear of like the synthesizers building underneath.
Oh my gosh.
That sounds great. I need to give that a listen.
Yeah. Definitely.
Ugh. My back. Need to train my dog to give me a back massage. All you have to do is like move your little feet up and down, and it'll be fine. Oh wow, it's almost 6:30. So
Wow.
yeah. So do you want to end the session there?
Sure.
And yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Felt pretty great. I'm glad I got to pop in. I know it's a
Yeah.
little late, but certainly glad to get to come by and hang out.
Yeah, and like I said, I can stay on after we finish recording and I grab a food, and I can show you around Roll20 a little bit, and show
Absolutely.
you your
I'll go
footage.
grab a food as well. So
Yes, yes. But
Yeah.
thank you all for tuning in, whoever is tuning in, and we'll see you in the next
I
stream.
think one of my siblings is still on, so.
Okay, cool.
yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for anyone who came by.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to D, my partner. He was just regaling me with lifeguarding and swimming lesson teacher horror stories while y'all were talking about swimming.
Oh no.
Oh god, I don't know what's up with my fiance's balance. Anything that is just out of the question.
Good times.
Okay,
Love it.
and with that, I am going to end the stream. The bleary seaside town of Brinecliffe was always quiet, until one day, mysterious portals to the Astral Plane start to open up around town, letting nightmare monsters in. Now, an intrepid group of adventurers needs to traverse the Astral Plane in their dreams, and close the portals before anything too dangerous gets through. This is Dungeons and Dreamquests.